guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Dragon SpaceX closeout team is taking final steps in prep for side hatch closure. Stand by for transition to pad hatch close.
And after all the prep, the SpaceX intended rescue mission for 2 stranded astronauts was scrubbed. U.S. astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams have spent over 9 months on the ISS since arriving there in June of last year. They were only intended to stay aboard the International Space Station for a week, but their Boeing Starliner spacecraft was deemed unsafe for them to return. Tonight's SpaceX mission was scrubbed due to a hydraulics issue. The flight will be rescheduled after the issue has been resolved. President Trump claims there's been far more deaths in the Russia-Ukraine war than that have been reported.
They never took anything from me. They took them from Obama and Bush, and they took it from Sleepy Joe Biden. With Biden, they wanted to take the whole country.
Speaking from the White House with the Irish Prime Minister, Trump once again said the war never would have started if he were president in the last 4 years, and added that Russia fears him. Trump added that we are getting close to peace, noting that Ukraine has agreed to a temporary ceasefire that has yet to be backed by Russia. The Trump administration is applauding a new report showing inflation cooling.
The consumer price index rose by 0.2% last month against expectations of 0.3%, leading White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett to upgrade his U.S. gross domestic product growth predictions.
I'll give you an expectation that GDP growth is going to be 2.5% in the first quarter at least.
The CPI is a broad measure of costs across the economy. It also showed the yearly inflation rate is at 2.8% against projections of 2.9%. I'm Brian Shook.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 82 points. The S&P 500 gained 27 points. The Nasdaq rose by 212 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Border Czar Tom Homan is warning New York Governor Kathy Hochul that ICE agents could flood New York if she doesn't cooperate with the federal immigration crackdown.
Sanctuary cities are going to get exactly what they don't want. More agents in the community and more collateral arrests because you have forced us in the community because you failed to let us in the jail.
Homan was in Albany today. He criticized Hochul for New York's immigrant-friendly policies, but had nothing but praise for New York City Mayor Eric Adams for working with the Trump administration on rounding up illegals who commit crimes. The founding pastor of a Dallas area mega church is being charged with 5 counts of lewd or indecent acts with a child. The state's multi-county grand jury returned the indictments against 63-year-old Robert Morris. Morris stepped down from his Gateway Church in Southlake, Texas last year when the allegation against him became public, admitting to what he described as inappropriate sexual behavior. The indictment says he began abusing a 12-year-old girl at her family's home in Hominy, Oklahoma in 1982, with the abuse continuing for 4 years. The statute of limitations does not apply in this case because Morris never lived in Oklahoma. The Vatican is encouraged after the results of the Pope's chest x-rays. An update states that the x-rays taken today confirm that the condition of Pope Francis has improved. The pontiff's condition remains stable as he receives high-flow oxygen therapy during the day and non-invasive medical ventilation at night. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
Alrighty, cue the microphone, here we go. Ready or not, we cross over the midnight hour. For whatever reason, the time does not slow down or stop. Hey, 12:07 in the Eastern Time Zone, 9:07 on the West Coast, and welcome to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Maybe the warmest night we've had after the midnight hour in quite some time. 57 degrees outside the secret bunker tonight. Pretty much clear skies. It would actually be a great night for a lunar eclipse. About 24 hours from now, we'll be counting down to just that. The lunar eclipse will be getting underway just before the midnight hour Eastern time. Again, a little less than 24 hours from now. That's just the very beginning. It takes a good couple of hours for the sun to actually, for the moon rather, to be completely in the Earth's shadow. Keeping my fingers crossed for clear skies. The blood red moon tomorrow night. But good to have you with us. We close out a hump day. Hey, we're rolling toward the weekend. Yeah, we reference a Thursday is Friday Eve. So good to have you with us out of the box here. All right, travelers' weather tonight. Again, not a bad night for most of the country. We do have a few thunderstorms rolling through parts of Louisiana tonight. Maybe a few flakes of snow there, like a snow shower through central New York on over into parts of Massachusetts. A little bit of snow in the south side of Boston tonight. Well, we kind of wait for the big story to unfold, our big storm system, which is impacting the West Coast tonight. Yeah, from Seattle to San Francisco, you've got rains in portions of Washington, Oregon. The heavy snow. Snow's going to be piling up by the feet in the Sierra Nevada. And we've got some heavy rains tonight now east of San Francisco. Some of those rains will be pushing into Bakersfield, the Los Angeles area during the upcoming hours. But that is our storm that's going to continue from there, sweeping eastward and unfolding into a major severe weather event on the southern side and a blizzardy, a big-time snow event on the northern side of this storm. Now, forecasters have been following this we've been talking about it for nearly a week now. The team at AccuWeather has now boosted the severe weather threat to high levels for both Friday and Saturday. This is going to be an event from Friday to Sunday, moving further east with each passing day. The northern extent of the severe weather reaching a lot further north than we would typically see this time of year because of the unusual warm air making it well up to the north. Severe weather reaching portions of the Dakotas, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Nebraska, Iowa, Illinois, even Michigan. Now, this is where we're going to be talking about the possibility of long-lived, long-tracking high winds, what they reference as a derecho. Powerful wind gust will be the most common cause of tree, power line, and property damage from the thunderstorms that erupt. Yeah, we may be talking hundreds of incidents of damaging straight-line winds, though. Some of the stronger thunderstorms will contain hail marbles to up to golf ball size. Could see even larger hail in some of the bigger storms here. Any of these storms will bring obviously torrential downpours, reducing visibility on the roads, flooding possibilities. The severe weather event, major cities, multiple major cities from St. Louis to Chicago, Nashville to New Orleans and Atlanta. Yeah, hundreds of thousands of miles of rural communities. Yeah, tornadoes typically have the lowest death toll when it comes to natural disasters. But the nighttime tornadoes, they are far more deadly than they are by day. Of course, in many cases, you catch people sleeping unaware of an approaching threat. So forecasters have been advising, make sure you have your weather apps, or for those who still maybe have the old-fashioned NOAA weather radio with the battery backup, where you can get the warnings of an impending threat. All right, daytime heating kind of limited this time of year. There's several factors we've been talking about for days now that could limit the tornado threat for some areas, but it's possible that the ideal conditions will maybe come together on Friday. Should they do that, it could lead to a concentration of tornadoes. Currently, the most favorable zone for that on Friday may be centered in parts of Missouri, central and southern Illinois, northern Arkansas. Yeah, that threat zone will extend from the central and eastern Great Lakes Saturday on down to the central Gulf Coast. Much of Alabama and Mississippi could be in the crosshairs of a tornado outbreak Saturday afternoon and Saturday night. Multiple significantly strong tornadoes could be on the ground for more than a couple of minutes, as is often the case when severe weather advances from the Mississippi Valley toward the Atlantic coast. You end up with just a strong line of thunderstorms. That's where the greater risk is straight line wind damage, straight line winds and those torrential downpours. In the state of Kentucky, while the streams and rivers, Kentucky, Ohio, West Virginia, Tennessee, all in the mix, water levels have receded since the mid-February deluge, but we're still talking the ground moist enough that the additional heavy rain could lead to some new flooding for those areas, as well as portions of Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, and the Carolinas. So here we are, rolling into a Thursday. Friday, that's when things really begin to kick into gear. That's why we see the widespread high wind warnings and wind advisories, red flag warnings, concerns about the dry conditions and these winds that are going to be coming in, stretching from central South Dakota all the way into southern Texas. Red flag warning, South Dakota, Nebraska, western Kansas, the Texas-Oklahoma Panhandle region. High wind warnings then extending all the way down into the heart of Texas, most of Oklahoma, and we'll probably see some of those wind advisories and wind warnings expanding further to the east as we head into the heart of this major wind event. Just kind of batten down the hatches. It's not the end of the world. It's just typical springtime. Is tornado season. It's the changing of the season. It's the number one severe weather season. Technically, you've got the spring. That's the most significant severe weather threat. And then the fall is a secondary severe weather season. Happens every year. So be accustomed, but it's better to be weather aware and prepared for the impending weather. All right, lots to cover as we kick off the new day here. Let's say good morning or good evening. Hello to Philly Dan. Hope you and the crew have a great day. Marianne, good morning, Steve, and our overnight family. Have a great day. Steve's checking in from Semi Valley, California tonight. So from the East Coast to the West, Shorty. All right, did you get that truck running again? I-95 southbound, Brunswick, Georgia. 64 degrees tonight, Orlando. Turnaround number 2 underway. All right. Hello to Tank. Morning, Steve. 63. Kind of windy here in Ludlow, California. Headed eastbound toward western Tennessee to the home 20. Tank, I hope you can get that truck rolling and stay out and ahead of this big storm system that's going to be kind of chasing you as you head back east. Gary joins us early on this Thursday morning. Good to have you with us. There's the DTS guy. Good morning to all of my overnight friends from Minneapolis. Neil says, howdy, Steve, fellow listeners. Jerry, morning from Kokomo. They're in Indiana. Sarah Spencer and I listening to the best radio show ever, thanks to Hot Shot Secret, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. A mixture of fun, learning, and most of all, freedom to give your opinion either way. Kokomo's warm, temperatures in the mid-40s tonight. Thanks to all the men and women moving the freight, passing those mile markers to keep us happy and healthy. Tell them you love them every chance you get. Nobody is promised tomorrow. Hello to the Chicago feeder driver joining us this early Thursday. Pappy, saddle up nocturnal listeners, the midnight hour on the eve of Friday. All right, better late than never, but duty called. Tomorrow night's the Red Moon Special. 53 degrees in the far side of southwestern Ohio. Somewhere near the Hotshot Secret's hidden bunker deep beneath the Earth's crust. Somebody change the 4 left diapers, would you please? Because they're soaked with the visa holder on the CEO who organized the protest on campuses around the country. All right, keep it between the spotted and the solid. Hammer down and be safe. I think his hearing, actually, that's the Columbia University guy looking at maybe sending him back. I think that deportation hearing's today. Is it not Thursday? I thought that was the case. I know he's being held right now. Hello to the boss man, checking in from Mexico, Missouri. Good morning to all. Country Bumpkin, Waterford, Michigan. I'm sorry. Good to have you joining us. Drive safe, overnight family. Lord Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler, 55 degrees under a starlit sky, Somerset, Kentucky tonight. Once the cattle buyer's done sorting cattle, we're going to load the powerful chrome-plated cow truck with the finest bluegrass steers for a long-range trip to the Lone Star State. What an epic night for some good old-fashioned high-speed trailer trucking. A special shout-out to the reclusive trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger, from Lake Cumberland Livestock Market tonight. I saw the Gouger posted this past day. He's out on the lake with the better half, and she was actually navigating the boat, as in the skipper. Somebody said, was it a 3-hour tour? Yes, a Gouger got him a new fishing boat. Maybe one of these days we'll get the full report, but I think he's just enjoying some time at the Marina Del Rey, the way things are looking. Hello to Steve, checking in from Ottawa, Canada, north of the border. And there's Dirty Harry. Hello, Steve. Yesterday I was talking to my very gooder friend. He informed me that he joined the Carpenters Union. So I asked him if he made anything yet. He told me that they've only just begun. It is 844-844-3388. A new day coming your way. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, like I said, tomorrow night is the night, the rather rare celestial event that will light up the nighttime sky. What they call the full worm blood moon, coinciding with the total lunar eclipse that will be visible across North America. This is expected to give the moon this striking reddish hue. It should be a stunning spectacle for sky watchers. All right, it reaches peak illumination 2:55 a.m. Eastern Time Friday morning. So you're going to give me a late night, early morning. This year it'll be accompanied by a total lunar eclipse, often referred to as the blood moon. This happens, of course, where the Earth is moving directly between the sun and the moon. Our planet casting the shadow over the lunar surface. And that red appearance comes from the sunlight being filtered through the Earth's atmosphere, kind of scattering the shorter wavelengths and allowing the longer, redder wavelengths to actually reach the moon. All right, it all gets underway late there Thursday night. The moon enters what they call the penumbra, the outer shadow of the Earth, just before the midnight hour Eastern Time. The moon then begins to move into the umbra, otherwise known as the complete shadow, a little after 1 a.m., 1:09 Eastern. Then finally, when that complete shadow begins to cross, that's where you really notice the moon seems to be kind of disappearing. You reach the peak there, 2:55 a.m. The event then concludes as the moon exits the umbra, 4:48 a.m. Eastern, and then leaves the penumbra at 6:02 a.m. It's an all-night occurrence, literally midnight to 6 a.m. Eastern Time. Now, observers will have multiple opportunities to see the moon at its brightest Thursday. Even in cases where the weather is not ideal, the full moon will be visible on the horizon Thursday evening, offering a spectacular view as it rises. If conditions are still cloudy, you can try again Friday night. That's just to see the full moon, but not the eclipse, of course. Some lucky viewers might also spot a rare moonbow, a lunar rainbow created when moonlight reflects through water droplets in the atmosphere. This occurs only when the full moon is relatively low in the sky. So early evening or the late night hours to potentially witness that event. The worm moon, that's the name originated in Native America, colonial America, and its European traditions. All right. There's a number of other names. Everybody has these. Sky watchers who miss this lunar eclipse, you'll have to wait till, it looks like, March 3rd of 2026 for the next total lunar eclipse. So there you go. Plenty to cover here. As I mentioned, we'll get to some of the industry headlines. Rolling back numerous regulations, according to the EPA and the Energy Secretary this past day. SpaceX. All right, we anticipated Crew 10 would be on the way to the International Space Station at this hour. That was scheduled to launch just before 8 o'clock this past evening. Scrubbed toward the last minute. They had some sort of a hydraulics issue is what they reference. But the Crew 10 commander said, great working with you today. Speaking of the NASA launch controllers following the cancellation, kudos for the whole team. I know it was a lot of work to try to go, but as we say, we'll be ready when the equipment is. It's about 45 minutes prior to the launch. SpaceX scrubbed the mission after detecting an issue with the transporter erector. That's the structure that brings the Falcon 9 to the launch pad and then supports it after arrival. This is a concern of basically just how the vehicle's held in place during release at liftoff. What was originally a standard crew rotation for the space station has taken on a much deeper significance as the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket and the Crew Dragon capsule will finally be bringing our two stranded astronauts, Butch and Sonny, who've been on the space station since June of last year, 9 months, longer than anticipated. Now, the rescheduled launch could actually take place as early as today, Thursday, or Friday this week, depending on the maintenance assessments by the ground crew. Now, in addition to Wilmore and Williams, NASA astronaut Nick Hague and one Russian cosmonaut are scheduled to be returning in that Dragon capsule there. So we'll kind of watch, wait and see when the announcement comes down. Will they try again maybe later today? Butch and Sonny waiting just a little bit longer. What's another day when you've been there 9 months to begin with? It is 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. After all the prep, the SpaceX intended rescue mission for two stranded astronauts was scrubbed. U.S. astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams have spent over 9 months on the ISS since arriving there in June of last year. They were only intended to stay aboard the International Space Station for a week, but their Boeing Starliner spacecraft was deemed unsafe for them to return. Tonight's SpaceX mission was scrubbed due to a hydraulics issue. The flight will be rescheduled after the issue has been resolved. President Trump claims there's been far more deaths in the Russia-Ukraine war than that have been reported.
They never took anything from me. They took them from Obama and Bush, and they took it from sleepy Joe Biden. With Biden, they wanted to take the whole country.
Trump once again said the war never would have started. If he were president in the last 4 years, Ukraine has agreed to a temporary ceasefire that has yet to be backed by Russia. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. All right, good morning to Eskimo Mom. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday Eve. Here we are, 8 days till spring officially arrives. 2 weeks to the Mid-America Truck Show. Yeah, you're right. Thursday morning, 2 weeks from today. And we'll be trying to get a good night's rest. Gearing up to kick off 3 days of the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky. All right, we'll be there. Same booth we've been in for the last several years. They're in the North Wing, I believe it is. I'll pull up the booth number there, but yeah, things are going to be configured a bit different this year. You can check out the map and kind of schedule where you want to visit early in advance. TruckingShow.com is the website. TruckingShow.com. All right, 38 days till Resurrection Sunday. Just a heads up, got some road work going on past the exit for Love's. Has the right lane closed on I-71 in Kentucky. Starting to see a few clouds, but 59 degrees. Rolling Interstate 71 in the bluegrass. Well, hello to Timothy. Guess that explains why we haven't heard from you in a few days. Well, I'm back after 12 days in the hospital. On an IV at the home 20 there. Wow, that ain't no fun. Man, get well soon there, Timothy. Buckeye Boy, what we got? Ackworth, Georgia, 57 degrees. Had a beautiful day. Didn't get a whole lot done. I slept on and off. Didn't have any energy, but did get a couple of things done to get ready for the house cleaners here on Thursday. Got to get up early, feed the animals, Wildcats going over to the Suns, make sure the grandkids get on the bus, get to preschool, and whatever else needs to be done as the son and the wife are headed to the Bahamas as a surprise to the daughter-in-law for Valentine's Day weekend. Got to see the oldest granddaughter for our 24-hour visit Saturday to Sunday, so they'll be here as well. All right, got to be kind of lively. Looks like all inside activities, the way it sounds, with the impending weather coming in. Isn't it amazing how insane the left has become trying to punish Elon and Trump? Yeah, burning up charging stations, destroying Teslas, vandalizing dealerships. You know, it wasn't long ago when the left was praising Elon's electric cars, as well as his company's medical breakthroughs, other innovations. Yeah, the biggest thing he's willing to do is send a rocket up to rescue the stranded astronauts, which our inept NASA and Boeing cannot do. Oh, well, have a great night, better weekend. Everyone be careful out there. I'll delve a bit more into the Tesla breakdown there, things that are going on. Yep. I don't know if Trump was listening to Pappy's sentiments. Yeah, Pappy was suggesting we charge these individuals that are vandalizing Tesla dealerships and vehicles as domestic terrorists because they're doing it for political reasons. Well, Trump actually said that's what we're going to do. He said that either Tuesday or Wednesday. Yeah, we'll give you more on that. Got the full story coming up. Let's get to the CNI dog this evening.
Good morning, Steve.
Morning.
Did you say like a rainbow in the dark? I mean, isn't that Ronnie James Dio song?
I
rainbow?
I kind of remember something about a rainbow. Yes, I do. Yes, that's a possibility tomorrow night.
Just like a rainbow in the dark.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I've seen probably, I'm thinking 2 for sure, but maybe 3 of those. It's actually worth seeing. They call it the blood red moon. It looks like a cotton that has a reddish hue to it, you know, kind of whitish reddish color.
Mm-hmm.
I've actually talked on another radio show when I saw it. I was describing it to them because they were talking about it a lot. But that was many, many years ago. I also got to observe the 2 lunar eclipses. You know, one was over there just out of Metropolis, Illinois. And the other one, I wanted to go down to Texas, but the weather wasn't going to shake up for that, so ended up in your state of Ohio, just south of Sandusky, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah. So it was great. So Monkey Gouger hasn't been on the air for a while, huh?
Let's say maybe a week before Christmas.
Wow.
Yeah.
He's doing okay though, right?
To my knowledge, everything is. He's hanging out at the Marina Del Rey. That's all I know. He was out on his. He got a new fishing boat a couple weeks ago, and he had, like I said, he had the wife out there in charge yesterday or day before. It looks like it was a beautiful day on the lake there. So.
Yeah, well, he was talking about semi-retirement. I think a big earth-shaking moment for him is when he had that wreck from. What was a cow or a deer in the road or something like that?
Yep, right. Ended up almost getting kind of hijacked, or I could have lost his life with the bandits out there.
Yeah, I think that's when he changed a little bit. I think, but who knows? He just relax for a while, and then it shall come back, and then he'll be back out here talking every night like he used to. I'm enjoying the show. You be safe.
Thank you for checking in, CNI Dog. I have seen several, what they call blood moon, lunar eclipses in my lifetime, but yeah, honestly, I've never really seen that reddish hue. I mean, the moon. I've seen them when it kind of turns. It looks kind of maybe a little bit rusty, but I've never seen that blood red moon color that you see in some of the photographs. Maybe tomorrow night it'll be different. All depends on our weather conditions, the cloud cover, but domestic terrorists. Let me start in North Charleston, South Carolina. The Post and Courier reporting the bizarre incident that unfolded there as a masked Trump hater vandalized and attempted to set fire to Tesla charging stations, only to end up setting himself on fire. dumbass. The incident taking place near a Mellow Mushroom Pizzeria near the Tanger Outlet Boulevard has left the community stunned and authorities searching for answers. According to witnesses, the masked individual wearing a gray jacket or hoodie spray painted a message, F Trump, long live Ukraine, near the bank of Tesla charges before proceeding with his ill-fated attempt to destroy the chargers, reportedly using beer bottles as makeshift Molotov cocktails, setting them on fire, hurling them at the 3 charging stations. But during this act of arson, he inadvertently set himself on fire. Witnesses reporting flames spreading across his back. As onlookers began calling 911, the masked individual fled the scene, running past a nearby Zaxby's restaurant toward the hotels behind it. The North Charleston police has not identified or arrested the suspect at this point, but the incident resulted in an estimated $60,000 in damages to the charging infrastructure. But this appears to be part of a growing trend of vandalism and crime targeting Tesla and Elon Musk, as well as President Trump. Breitbart News had previously reported on a man who claims to be a woman that police say brought explosives to a Tesla dealership to cause murder and mayhem was the intent. Now, the investigation into the North Charleston incident has now been taken over by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, as confirmed by a spokesman for the North Charleston Police Department. Authorities are working to identify the suspect and determine the full extent of the damage caused by the vandalism and the fire there. Right on the heels of that, President Trump announcing he is going to stop the protesters attacking Tesla dealerships around the country, confirming the attackers will be treated as domestic terrorists. After purchasing a $90,000 Tesla vehicle in front of the White House on Tuesday as a show of support for Elon Musk, of course, leading the Department of Government Efficiency, Trump was asked by a reporter whether the individuals responsible for attacking Tesla dealerships across the country should indeed be labeled domestic terrorist. Trump said, "I will do it. I will do that. I'm going to stop them. We catch anybody doing it because they're doing harm to a great American company." Explained that he not only supports Tesla, but has previously shown his support and stood up for other American companies, the likes of the National Football League. When you hurt an American company, especially a company like this that supplies so many jobs that others are unable to do, when you do that, those people are going to go through a big problem when we catch them. We've got a lot of cameras up. We already know who some of them are, and we're going to catch them. He went on to say, and they're bad guys. They're the same guys that screw around with our schools and universities. The same garbage. We're going to catch them. And let me tell you, you do it to Tesla, you do it to any company, we're going to catch you, and you're going to go through hell, as he put it. Now, Tesla dealerships in Colorado, Massachusetts, New York, and Oregon have all been attacked in recent months. Following the Tesla showcase in front of the White House on Tuesday, the Trump administration did release a pair of photos on social media. One picture showed Trump and Musk in front of a Tesla Cybertruck with multiple other Tesla vehicles in the background. The second picture showed the president and the Tesla CEO sitting inside one of the vehicles. The caption was, "Get in, Patriots. We have a country to save." The president also shared a video on X of Musk announcing Tesla's plan to expand their vehicle production in the United States under the Trump administration. Musk told reporters, as a function of the great policies of President Trump and his administration, and as an act of faith in America, Tesla is going to double vehicle output in the United States within the next 2 years. Hopefully, maybe if he's going to be successful, that it's about supply and demand, right? Demand has been down for EVs, more competition coming in, but all right, we return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
All right, I got some industry headlines to get to. The update as the repairs continue. The Green River Tunnel there in Wyoming. Got an update from the DOT on that for you here. Meanwhile, if you're shopping around to purchase a truck stop, there's a landmark truck stop in Tucson. It's been serving the trucking community for like 70 years. That is now up for sale. That and more coming up first. See what's going on with old Knucklebuster. What's happening?
Good morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Well, I'll give you 3 guesses, and 2 of them don't count what I'm hauling tonight.
Beer.
Yeah, whole 45,000 pounds of skull busters back there in the back.
Yeah.
I grossed out at 79,060 pounds. They should put some more beer back there.
Now you
I
got
could handle a few more cases.
You got a mixed bag. You got a mixed bag, or are you head for the mountains, or what do you got?
No, I'm headed back to Memphis there. If you want some of them, you're gonna have to come down there and get them, unless you want to pay me $1 a mile to come up there to Cincinnati.
No, when I said head for the mountains, I was talking about heading for the mountains of Bush. You got what kind of beer you got on?
Skullbusters there. Miller Lite.
Miller Lite, really?
Yeah. If you want some of them, you're going to come all the way down here to Memphis to get them.
That's a bit of a lengthy drive. I think that'd be a little cost prohibitive.
Yeah, just buy locally, right?
Yeah.
Well, I told you Monday morning that I saw a guy with a T-shirt, I can cure stupidity, but it's going to hurt. Well, I saw one today, Steve, that you can use this on Sundance and Douglas there next time you let them on the air there. My level of sarcasm depends on your level of stupidity, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. But, I am a connoisseur of the female anatomy there, Steve.
You've made that pretty clear.
Those of you that don't know what it...
You've made that abundantly clear over the years, yes.
Yes, sir. Well, a connoisseur is a person who has a great deal of knowledge or appreciation of a particular subject or field. But there's always one rotten apple to ruin it for everyone, see? And I've never forced a woman to do anything against her will. This U.S. Border Patrol agent demanded women expose their breasts to gain entry into the country. His name was Shane Millen. He was 53. He was a Border Patrol agent at Wesley Island in Jefferson County, New York. He was tasked with remotely processing immigrants crossing the southern border when he began making the demands. His role was to sign paperwork allowing the immigrants to stay in the country. In court, his great leader, Dupus Magoo, and his sidekick there, Kamala. Here's part of how they caught him there, Steve. He Googled how to tell a woman in Spanish to lift her shirt and bra. He even done it with their kids in the room, and guess what? He saved it on the government computer. How convenient. They got all kinds of evidence on him now, but he'll be spending a couple years in jail there. I got some good articles from Popular Science. I didn't get to read all of them, but anyway, poor sleep can make you more susceptible to conspiracy theories. I don't know how they figured that one out there. Do you know it was a woman that invented the dishwasher?
No. Well, how's that?
Well, that's what it said, the forgotten story of the woman who invented the dishwasher back a long time ago, early 1900s there. So, but I think that's why they call her the dishwasher, dishwasher, right? Yeah, but just don't tell that to your wife. She might pop you upside the head. And here's another one. Surgeons implant teeth in patients' eyes to restore vision. How the hell? NASA uses a GPS on the moon for the first time. Well, and then here's a weird one. I want to read this one. Where does tattoo ink go in your body? I know it goes on your skin, but they say it moves there. The VA secretary, he accused reporter of spreading rumors about Doge that hurt veterans in tense clash there. And you can apply to host a VA-recognized 2025 Regional Veterans Day observance there. You could sponsor one up there in Cincinnati, Steve. Veterans Day will be Tuesday, November the 11th of 2025, and that's one day after the United States Marine Corps' 250th birthday on 11/10/2025. And then we got to have Memorial Day before then. That's to honor all those that gave the ultimate sacrifice. And then National Veterans Day poster contest is on now. If you got kids that like to be artists and stuff, you can Google that and enter their poster or painting, whatever, and who knows, you might win there, right?
That's right.
Yep, well, that's all my bull on it for right now. I'm almost back to Memphis. I'm about 1 hour out, but I'll still keep listening to you.
All right, well,
even till I get in the driveway there in Tennessee, don't pop me upside the head for waking her up.
Well, be careful with that load of Skullbuster. If you have an incident, that would be alcohol abuse there, Knucklebuster.
Yeah, you reckon they'd get me for drunk driving? Come up and say, I smell alcohol. Take a roadside sobriety test there, right?
Yes, sir. All right, well, safe travels there. All right, good to hear from you. In Wyoming, DOT has, they tell us they've implemented new width restrictions for vehicles traveling through the Green River Tunnel there. The new width restriction will be 8 feet 6 inches for vehicles traveling on I-80 through the eastbound Green River Tunnel near Green River, Wyoming. Yeah, following the completion of the paving operations, the previous restrictions were a 10.5-foot width and 16-foot height restriction. Now, the DOC says oversized vehicles need to contact the Highway Patrol's Oversized Loads Permits Office for the detours. Traffic is head-to-head through the eastbound tunnel due to that massive pile-up 26-vehicle crash and the subsequent fire inside the tunnel, where 3 people lost their lives. It's still under investigation, but they are now focused on readying the westbound tunnel for reopening. The cleanup operation, they say, is extensive. There is still no estimated time for the tunnel to reopen. They have contracted Clean Harbors, an environmental industrial service company, to conduct the cleanup and disposal work there in the westbound tunnel. And they're working with the company to begin the work as soon as possible. All right, we close out hour number 1. Want to jump on board? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
The biggest win is not the tariff. That's a big win. That's a lot of money. But the biggest win is if they move into a country and produce jobs. That's a bigger win than the tariffs themselves. But the tariffs are going to be throwing off a lot of money to this country.
President Trump is telling business leaders that his tariffs are having a tremendously positive impact on the economy.
Trump spoke Tuesday at the quarterly meeting of his Business Roundtable, which includes the heads of Apple, Walmart, GM, and JP Morgan Chase. In his remarks, Trump claimed his recent tariffs against Canada, Mexico, and China will have, and they are having, a positive impact. The remarks come as stock values continue to fall. The Dow Jones Industrial Average lost as much as 700 points on Tuesday before ending the trading day down 478 points. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
U.S. arms deliveries to Ukraine have resumed after Ukrainian officials tentatively agreed to support a 30-day U.S. ceasefire proposal.
Correspondent Richard Engel reports from eastern Ukraine. Russian President Vladimir Putin has yet to weigh in on the plan.
So far, the Kremlin has said that Putin will not respond to this ceasefire initiative until Russia hears more from the Americans. President Trump is expected to speak with President Putin soon.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he's ready to end all military offensives if Russia agrees to the ceasefire plan. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The U.S. is cracking down on long-term visits from Canadians. Visitors that are planning to stay longer than 30 days are now required to register with the government. A new mandate uploaded to the Federal Register states that anyone over the age of 14 will need to apply for fingerprinting with authorities. Wall Street closed mixed today.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 82 points. The S&P 500 gained 27 points. The Nasdaq rose by 212 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
They love the product, but because he's finding all sorts of terrible things that have taken place against our country, they want to penalize him in a economic sense. And I just think that's very unfair.
Turns out most Americans have a negative opinion of the tech billionaire Elon Musk. A new survey from CNN SSRS found that 62% of respondents say Musk does not have the necessary experience for his current role. A similar number doubts the Tesla CEO's judgment. The mayor of Dallas was on Capitol Hill today testifying on the need for affordable housing. Eric Johnson says the government needs to get out of the way.
Cut the red tape and encourage the private sector to build more homes faster.
He shot down claims that there's a link between home prices and homelessness.
The most effective thing Congress can do to make housing more affordable for everyday Americans is not to create yet another federal program.
The reason people are living on the streets, he says, is because of mental illness. President Trump has taken a swipe at Rosie O'Donnell after the comedian announced that she's moved to Ireland in protest of the Trump administration.
Well, hey everybody, it's me, Rosie O'Donnell, and I'm here in Ireland. Moved here on January 15th, and it's been pretty wonderful.
Today at the White House, while visiting with Trump, Ireland's Prime Minister was asked,
"Why in the world would you let Rosie O'Donnell move to Ireland?"
Trump then asked the PM if he knew who O'Donnell was, and quickly interjected,
"You better have not known."
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, coming up, we'll give you more on our travelers' weather things. Once we get through Thursday, things really begin going downhill through the central and, say, the eastern two-thirds of the country. You know, wind, rain, snow, ice, tornadoes, I mean, all in the mix. Yeah, we'll get to that momentarily. First, I want to get to the Rainmaker checking in. Good morning.
Morning, Steve. How are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Oh, trying not to get too stressed out. You know, you keep hearing all this news about Musk and Trump. You know, the Democrats, they made so many false accusations to make Trump look like a criminal during his first administration. And there's been enough evidence right now to show that all the corruption, when you're a police chief, you should get out and make a public address to the citizens of what crime, and Trump should do that. He should get out there because Doge, right, is really being ran by a bunch of young kids and doing a lot of investigation. And the biggest one was USAID, which is really funded by the CIA, right? Did you see the email that I sent to you?
Yes, I shared that last evening, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, you know, why are they doing that? It's because of the corruption. You know, there's so much corruption exposed. So I believe that Trump needs to get out and talk about this so that people will know the truth, because there's too many people that's listening to MSNBC and all these leftists out there, and they think Trump is a criminal when it's the other way around. And Biden's auto pen, that, my goodness, right there, using that auto pen to sign bills, that just really pulls your chain, doesn't it?
Right. And I mean, they're actually now saying all those pardons that were being issued there in the last week or so, that they were signed by auto pens, and apparently those may not be valid pardons. Like Anthony Fauci and Mark Milley, they may not be legitimate, they're saying.
Oh, yeah. I mean, from the things that's been exposed already, the January 6th, FBI had plans in there to rouse up a lot of stuff. I mean, he needs to get out there and just give off a big list of all the corruption, and then maybe the news will start going in his favor, So I'm counting down 45 more days, and I will be back in America.
Well, that was going to be my next question. How's things going with your plans? So, all right, 45 days. So, where are you going to move to? East Coast, West Coast, Central States? Where are you heading?
New Hampshire.
New Hampshire, okay.
Yeah. I got 2 boys that live up there, and then I got 5 grandkids.
Well, the weather in New Hampshire would be weather would not be like your weather that you're accustomed to there. You're going to jump into the belly of the beast when wintertime rolls around there in New Hampshire. But all right. Hope all goes well. Good to hear from you there, Rainmaker. The landmark truck stop in Tucson that served the trucking community for decades, up for sale. The Tucson Truck Terminal, or known as the Triple T truck stop off I-10, is looking for buyers, according to KVOA. The hope is to locate buyers who can prioritize property maintenance and maintain the spirit of the historic truck stop for many years to come. The Tucson Truck Terminal, founded in 1954 by Ira T. and Sally Sue Morris, the truck stop moved to its current location off I-10, exit 268, in 1966, following the completion of the construction of the interstate. This particular truck stop was notably featured in 1975's classic trucking movie White Line Fever. The truck stop, now known for the Highway Chef restaurant, which was actually named by the Food Network as the number 2 best truck stop in the USA. Now, aside from the restaurant, you've got parking, shopping, fueling. There's a bar, motel rooms, repair shop, showers, truck wash. Tucson Truck Terminal was open to serve the trucking community 24 hours a day for over 70 years. Thinking someone out there, will probably be willing to snatch that up. I mean, the historic significance that it has there, hopefully. Well, good morning, Eskimo Mom. Howdy.
Hi, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. And when you were talking about the moon bows here earlier, it just reminded me that down in Cumberland Falls State Park, which is in Kentucky near Corbin, they've got moon bows that go on certain times of the year. And I just did a quick little Google search, and they got an actual schedule. If you get some good weather, you can actually go down there and watch them.
Really?
See them.
Wow.
Yeah. And another quick Google search, they've also got them up in Niagara Falls and Yosemite National Park. So it may be just an option for somebody who wants to go on a vacation sometime.
Absolutely.
And get to see something really cool.
Sounds good. So
but that's good.
I was going to say, so a clear night out there, moving the groceries, everything looking good on the highways tonight?
Yes, sir. Except for that little construction work over there on 71, there between Sparta and Carrollton, and that's going to be a project that's going to be going on along all summer. And there's going to be a couple of more projects going on that I've been reading about. That and one over there on 64 west of Louisville, and a few others. It's going to make life interesting all summer.
Mm-hmm. Well, it sounds like we may be in store for kind of an interesting Friday into Saturday. And you're probably going to be out there trying to move the groceries in some stormy weather and a lot of wind, right? All right, it is 844-844-3388. So it's the same storm that's bringing feet of snow as we speak to the Sierra Nevada here. It's going to gain strength over the central states here starting later today. The cold side is going to deliver accumulating snow, difficult travel from the Rockies to the upper Midwest as we wrap up the work week. Just as the warm sector will be triggering a severe weather outbreak over the Mississippi Valley, dust and dry air will cause dust storms and, of course, the risk for wildfires in the Southwest. The zone from Colorado to the Dakotas, Minnesota, Wisconsin, you're going to deal with the cold side, the snowy side of the storm, in some cases near blizzard conditions. Heavy snow over the various ranges of the Intermountain West. That means travel is going to be difficult over segments of the Interstate 25, 40, 70, 80, and 90 corridors over the Rockies from now to Friday. Now, several inches of snow will fall over portions of the northern plains around the Red River Valley of the North, Fargo, North Dakota, among the larger cities that are most likely to see 6 to 12 inches of snow there. But that forecast is for the storm to strengthen enough to create winds in excess of 35 miles per hour, visibility less than a quarter of a mile for more than 3 hours at least. That is the definition of a blizzard from the National Weather Service. Travel will become dangerous along portions of I-29, 90, and 94. In part of the upper Midwest, that accumulating snow and potential blizzard conditions is going to be a real shock right on the backside of the warm air and a bit of rain and maybe even some stronger storms before the temperatures plummet and we transition over to the frozen precipitation. Plenty of room for you. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm Farm and Auto stores and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Docs Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Docs cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Meanwhile, in the trucking sector, during the previous administration, we had talked ad nauseum about all these regulations coming down, emission requirements, emission reductions, forcing the trucking industry to have ultimately moved to, all electric or alternative truck transportation. The idea of phasing out the diesel. As things continue to change, yesterday, the Environmental Protection Agency said they're reconsidering the Biden-Harris administration's greenhouse emission standards that are set to go in effect for the model year 2027 and later heavy-duty trucks. They're also reconsidering regulations for passenger vehicles as well as light and medium-duty vehicles. The announcement came yesterday, Wednesday, in a press release from the EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin. Now, in addition to imposing more than $700 billion in regulatory and compliance costs and making it difficult for Americans to buy safe, affordable cars, Zeldin said the standards would increase the overall cost of living. The EPA is also reevaluating other parts of the Biden-Harris Clean Trucks plan, including the 2022 heavy-duty nitrous oxide rule, which results in significant costs that will make the products our truck drivers, like food and other household items, more expensive. Members of the trucking industry were quick to respond, applauding Zeldin's action. A word from the American Trucking Association first. Well, quote, "We commend President Trump and the EPA administrator for restoring common sense to our environmental laws and demonstrating bold leadership on this critical issue that affects not only the 8.5 million men and women who work in trucking, but all Americans." That was the statement from Chris Spear, president of the ATA. Greenhouse gas 3 is the current form, in its current form, is not achievable given the state of battery electric technology and the sheer lack of charging infrastructure. He went on to say this rule is an albatross for the trucking industry because of the increased cost for motor carriers and the supply chain disruptions that would ultimately increase consumer costs. Realistic, achievable standards and deadlines are vital to the reduction of pollution caused by heavy-duty trucks. But he pointed to the progress that has been made since the 1980s, and it is significant. 60 trucks today, emitting the same amount of one truck manufactured in 1988. 60. The trucking industry welcomes the resumption of this productive partnership with the EPA, crafting a new rule that will prevent states like California from attempting to make an end run around the administration, creating a patchwork of impossible mandates that would jeopardize our economy. A statement from the CFC, that's the Clean Freight Coalition, says that the Trump administration's actions and the EPA decision, the trucking industry has made significant improvements on tailpipe emissions over the last several decades when we will work with the Trump administration on reasonable, achievable solutions to continue to deliver cleaner commercial vehicles as we move forward. We will also continue to advocate for a national regulatory framework that's technology neutral and achieves the greatest benefit for the environment without unnecessarily burdening the industry as well as the economy and all the consumers. The Truckload Carriers Association, in an emailed statement, the TCA voicing support for the reconsideration for the EPA's Phase 3. Truckload Carriers Association fully supports this reconsideration, recognizing the progress in advocating for practical, achievable emission standards. As a founding member of the Clean Freight Coalition, the TCA has worked diligently to ensure that federal emission policies reflect real-world operational and economic considerations. They pointed to the group's support of the efforts to withdraw the heavy-duty truck emission rules by Senator Mark Crapo and Representative Randy Finstra during the last congressional session. This reconsideration underscores the effectiveness of our advocacy and the collective efforts of the Clean Freight Coalition. Lastly, you've got the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association representing the 150,000 small business truckers, also saying they welcome the EPA's decision. Small business truckers make up 96% of trucking and could be regulated out of existence if these current standards were indeed to be implemented. Mom and pop trucking businesses would be suffocated by the sheer cost and operational challenges of effectively mandating zero-emission trucks. That's Todd Spencer. He also noted that reliable, affordable commercial trucks are vital to the operations of our members. We have yet to see any proof that electric commercial vehicles are a practical option for most trucking businesses, considering the price tag as well as the lack of charging infrastructure. It's kind of like unanimous consent from all the trucking sectors out there, liking that. And there's a whole lot more that Zeldin unveiled this past day, that they're rolling back all kinds of environmental policies. 31 actions, as a matter of fact. All these Biden green era policies, carbon limits on power plants, tailpipe emission standards, protections for waterways. 31 actions, part of what the Environmental Protection Agency Administrator Lee Zeldin called the greatest, most consequential day of deregulation in U.S. history, as he put it, promising to unleash American energy and revitalize the American auto industry. Among the most significant of these is revisiting the 2024 rule that requires coal-fired power plants to eliminate nearly all their carbon emissions or commit to shutting down. That was a cornerstone of the Biden climate agenda. We may see a resurgence in coal power. Several weeks ago, President Trump, we're talking about all this artificial intelligence, these massive data processing centers. And of course, you got to the cryptocurrency mining operations, Bitcoin. All these things are sucking up incredible amounts of energy, power to do all of this. Trump said we're going to have to nearly increase our power production capacity in this country by 50% to keep up with all that demand that these AI and data centers are going to be requiring. You can't do that by shutting down coal and gas-fired power plants. Now, hailed by environmental groups as a game changer. These environmental groups were all in with the Biden-era green policies. They're jumping up and down, screaming from the rooftops now, adamantly against the rollback of many of these requirements. One statement here from the Evergreen Action, a nonprofit, a green group. Corporate polluters are celebrating today because Trump's EPA just handed them a free pass to spew unlimited climate pollution. Consequences be damned. Of course, like many of us, President Trump has long dismissed this whole climate change thing as a scam. His second administration has started off enacting sweeping staff cuts of the National and Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. They play a big role in all these climate research efforts. The new deregulation package also targeting stricter vehicle emission standards that were set to come into play by 2027, which Trump described essentially as a electric vehicle mandate. Another major move involves redefining what constitute waters of the United States under the Clean Water Act. Zeldin's EPA argues that the Biden administration had failed to align with the 2023 Supreme Court ruling, which held that only relatively permanent standing or continuously flowing bodies of water like streams, rivers, lakes, and oceans should be covered by this. There's going to be more layoffs coming from some of these environmental groups. One step at a time, but big changes coming.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says Democrats have the needed votes to block a Republican spending bill.
The bill narrowly passed in the House. While Republicans control a slight majority in the Senate, Kentucky's Rand Paul has made it clear he's firmly against the bill. I'm Brian Shook.
The Department of Education gave warning to some 60 colleges and universities to protect Jewish students or risk losing federal funds.
The department said the Civil Rights Act requires students to have uninterrupted access to campus facilities and educational opportunities. Secretary of Education Linda McMahon added the pro-Palestinian protest, which broke out since the Israel-Hamas wars started in 2023, called them relentless anti-Semitic eruptions. Last week, Columbia University lost $400 million in federal grants and contracts. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke,
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
At it here, got a Thursday coming on as we turn the page on the calendar. We have 13th day of March for 2025. So here we are once again counting down the hours to a possible government shutdown. Seems like we've been in this position an awful lot in recent years. I've lost track. Is this the third or fourth time? Why can't our Congress get things done? I mean, they've got primarily one job. We send them up there to pass, I believe there's 12 bills. You know, spending bills that they're supposed to sign off on any given year. Time and time again, they end up rolling everything together to what they call an omnibus bill, then they can't get it done again, and we extend it for 30 days or 60 days, and back and forth we go. Of course, Chuck Schumer said yesterday that the Republicans do not have the votes to pass this continuing resolution, which would lead to a shutdown Friday at the midnight hour. Now, of course, Republicans hold a slim majority, 53 to 47 advantage, but you gotta have 60 Senate votes to pass the upper chamber. That means there's going to need to be some Democrat support. Schumer says you ain't going to get it. Now, of course, it passed in the House on Tuesday. Back and forth they go. I haven't seen exactly why, but Rand Paul of Kentucky, the senator, is one Republican that said he's going to vote no. That means that they would need 8 Democrats to join the Republicans, and that's probably not going to happen. Fears of a shutdown exacerbated by the massive cuts made by the Department of Government Efficiency, which has already dismissed thousands of federal workers. Yes, some Democrats recognize the dilemma of adding further pain to an already stressed economy. Frankly, both outcomes are bad. Raphael Warnock of Georgia said this past day, elections have consequences, but this is an extreme bill. Democrats are dancing with the devil in the sinister form of a Schumer shutdown. Now, we said funding the government should be a bipartisan effort. But Republicans chose a partisan path, drafting their continuing resolution without any input from Democrats, says Chucky. Because of that, Republicans do not have the votes in the Senate to invoke cloture. So got to have 60 votes. Thune said he has 53 Republicans to Schumer's 47 Democrats. As I just mentioned, Rand Paul said he will oppose. So that means 8 Democrats needed. I mean, this is about as clean of a clean bill as they get. This resolution's 99 pages. Minimal modifications to current spending levels, including $485 million for immigration and customs enforcement requested by the Border Patrol or the border czar, Tom Homan, to continue deportation operations. Outside those minor modifications, Democrats overwhelmingly supported these spending levels back in December, although freezing current spending levels throughout an entire fiscal year would be a monumental achievement for the Republican spending hawks. So the ball is in the hands of the Senate Democrats, who are not accustomed to the pressure of being down late with possession and the game on the line. All this tough posturing. These Democrats who have viciously protested Elon Musk and the Doge Department, they may face what they refer to as a Hobson's choice on the bill. By rejecting the House-passed resolution triggering a shutdown, Democrats in this case would furlough hundreds of thousands of government employees, undermining their projected concerns for these workers. Since Trump's return to office, essentially the only policy Democrats have coalesced, successfully against is Trump's termination of government employees, hiring freezes, shutting down the government, rejecting spending levels Democrats overwhelmingly supported here just a matter of months ago, would kind of render that lone message as moot. With Republicans holding the upper hand and no Democrat thus far emerging as the party's messaging and moral leader in the second age of Trump's, Democrats are not going to attract any concessions from Republicans who hold the Senate, the House, and the White House. They pretty much hold the cards. If Democrats ultimately reject this resolution and trigger a shutdown, it's not likely Republicans would concede anything significant to the Democrats to entice them to end it. You've got clips of Democrats rejecting shutdown policies in the past. These are going to be played on loops endlessly. Well, probably not from the mainstream media, but conservative outlets like Newsmax. For years, we've heard them time and time again You cannot shut down the government. Now, Democrats say they want a 30-day resolution so they can continue to work on a massive omnibus bill. There's, as I said, an omnibus roll all these bills into one big, and then everybody gets to start sticking in their pork, their wasteful spending, which we're actually in the process of trying to eliminate right now. Democrats have suggested they would allow a time agreement to enable expedited considerations of the bill, and that's not likely to happen. Were that amendment or any other to be successful, that would require the House to return to Washington. You got to have the House and the Senate bill matching. So if you're going to change the bill that was passed by the House has to come back, and they've got to reconcile. Democrats also demand an amendment vote to ensure Trump cannot spend under appropriated spending levels or continue finding waste, fraud, and abuse through DOGE. That's not going to happen. So here we go. If Thune remains on course, Democrats refuse to allow speedier bill consideration. Democrats face another test. Without a time agreement, which would require unanimous consent, the soonest a continuing resolution might be passed would be Saturday evening, which would mean at least a brief lapse in government funding over the weekend. Yeah, but forcing even a brief shutdown, delaying the inevitable, could be a black eye for Democrats desperately searching to rebrand their party. For the moment, Democrats are publicly signaling they're going to stand up to Thune. But ultimately, a choice between spending levels that they don't like and a government shutdown might be no choice at all. That's where things kind of stand. It's all right. Good morning, Senor Heatwave. What's happening out there?
No, good morning, Senor. Oh, not a whole hell of a lot. All I can say is Chuck. So there. What is it about a clean bill that just gets the Democrats' goat? Is it? I guess it's because they can't add their little pork projects, like you said.
That's all I can figure. And they all want to be able to shove their policies in there, and that ain't going to happen.
I mean, good night. I mean, you took the wind from my sails here with that little soliloquy, monologue, whatever you want to call it. I mean, you probably were doing the show prep when Hannity was on, and they were showing clips, or was it Gutfeld? I think Gutfeld, yeah. They were showing clips from 2008, 2010, and 2012, and that was Bernie Sanders. We got waste in government. Okay. Nancy Pelosi. We got abuse in the government. We got fraud. And we got Chuck saying the same thing. Well, those three are like the three little pigs who hear no evil, see no evil, say no evil. That's waste, fraud, and abuse right there. Those three, that's what they represent. So, yeah, they need to go ahead and just play that and play that and play that over and over and over again, going, you know what, this is what they said in the past. This is what they said in December. Why have they changed their mind?
And this is the hypocrisy we get today. The hypocrisy. Yep.
Exactly. And like you said, Rand Paul, what is it about this that he don't like? Medicare is not getting touched. Medicaid's not getting touched. Veteran benefits
not touched
are actually getting improved.
Yep.
Yeah, they're actually adding to the veteran benefits. So what is it about this that they don't like? All that time when Ted Cruz was threatening to shut down the government, he's pushing Grandma off the cliff. in the wheelchair because her Medicaid's going to stop. You know, the whole world is going to come to a blistering end. No, we continued. But, the hypocrisy of the left is just, there's just not enough words in the dictionary to describe them, or the thesaurus. And people today are asking, what's a dictionary? What's a thesaurus? Oh, well. Hey, in the past, they were always talking about the gas prices being most expensive in Hawaii.
Mm-hmm.
You remember? Well, you know why? Can you think of any refineries that Hawaii might have?
Well, everything's got to come in via ship. They're an island.
That's exactly right. This island pays $5.15. Well, what the hell did you expect, man? Even if they had a refinery there, the crude oil has to come through. Yeah, good night. Yeah, they're trying to draw the high price of gas in California, trying to draw that away so it gives Gavin Newsom something to talk about. Well, we're not the highest. Yeah, you are. So, oh, Lordy, what else was there? I had a whole list of stuff on there, and then you took it all away from me, man. So I missed the first hour. I got going late. The weather up there around Flagstaff right now, Arizona, are we looking pretty good, or we got stuff to worry about heading that way?
Right now, you got winter weather advisories over that way. I mean, the precip hasn't started yet. It's in California right now. Central kind of dropping south and east.
Mm-hmm.
See what we got. Flagstaff, let me see. Flagstaff actually, snow moves in 8 to 16 inches, 55-mile-an-hour winds from noon Thursday. This is the storm warning. Noon Thursday to 5 a.m. Friday. So.
Ooh. Ooh,
Flag's
snow.
Flag's going to get ugly. They should have blizzard warnings almost. But if you're going to have 55-mile-an-hour winds and that kind of snow,
yeah, sure enough. Well, shoot. Okay, all right. Well, yeah. Other than that, not really a whole lot happening. And that blood moon is supposed to happen tonight.
Yes,
midnight my time. Well, right now we got clear skies here. Would you stop doing that to me? They got everything in the truck is so centered on staying straight. If you veer a little bit off to the right or the left, it gives you the raspberries. If there's a overpass that hangs over, well, the collision avoidance system senses it, and then it warns you, hey, you're about to hit something. No, I'm not. It's just an overpass. It's not lower than 13.6. It's 15 foot. Nothing is going to be perfect, whether it's mechanical or electronical. Nothing is going to be perfect. Hell, I've got a 2025 freight shaker here. It's nice. The stereo system crapped that on me here yesterday. I mean, and at the time, it only had 22,000 miles on it. And you can't just have someone come out and replace it. You got to take it to the dealership. It's like, my goodness gracious. So, I don't know. Well, what do you think about those kids being found there in Mexico with their heads and hands chopped off, and that one girl that they got missing there on her spring break? What do you think about what we ought to do with these people that are doing this to our citizens that are just going there in Mexico just to have a good spring break? Or a good time.
The drug cartels, I mean, my understanding is they'll get you and try to force you into being like, I don't know, I guess an indentured servant or a slave to work. If you won't work for them, they'll just chop you up.
Well, I think Trump has made the right decision to call them terrorists.
Terrorist organizations,
And-
absolutely.
Yep. And I mean, if Mexico won't do nothing to stop that, then I think we have the absolute right. And I've been saying it for years. You know, we just park a few high altitude bombers out there and just sling them bombs over. Follow that damn infrared trail right to these cartels. And I mean, you know, Biden was such an incompetent fool. You know, we know where these people are. We know where the houses are. I mean, hell, what was that one movie with Harrison Ford, where he was a CIA director or an associate director, and he had to go down to Colombia and pull our troops out with the help of a contractor. Damn, I can't think of the name of that
I
movie.
know what you're talking
But
about, but
basically-
because I remember that very well. That was I'm not a part of a series of films with Clancy, I think, wrote those. But yeah, either way, but
Yeah. I mean, that was the premise of a good idea right there. You know, throw some people down there, and let's just go ahead and wipe these folks out. I mean, that one bomb that they had, that was a cellulose bomb, you know, took out most of the not all of them, most of the major cartel members in the movie. Now, why the hell can't we do that, take care of these people and say, you know what, you ain't doing this no more? It just boggles the mind. If Mexico government can't do it, then, you know, I guess we have to be the police force of at least the northern hemisphere and, you know, take care of that mess. Oh, damn. Well, other than that, I guess I'll let you go. You got the loneliest hour coming up and no one else is calling. Who knows? Maybe even Wright might give you another holler.
2 nights
So
in
we
a
will
row.
talk to you later, senor.
The right wing nut back to back. Okay. All right. Couple minutes before news break, and there's several lines open if you want to jump in. It's 844-844-3388. I think it was back this past Saturday morning. Wife was talking to our daughter-in-law's mom, Sherry, and again, part of the discussion, I'm just kind of I'm fiddling around. I was probably helping to do laundry or something, something helpful like a good husband does. But Sherry says, I've got this email that or it's a text message. I'm sorry, I got a text message. I owe tolls. Now, she lives up in the Cleveland area. I don't know if there's toll roads up there, whatever the case is. But I said, ignore that. Do not touch it. Do not click on it. That is a scam. She said, oh, I thought that was because I don't remember going anywhere where I missed paying tolls. She said. So I said I've been sharing these stories for weeks, and this has happened all over the country. Yeah. Since then, the princess said she got an email or a text message saying that she owed tolls. The FBI is sounding the alarm. Despite sounding like some innocuous TikTok trend, the FBI is issuing a stern warning and some directives to the American people. There is this wave, they call it smishing with an S, smishing attacks that are targeting apparently thousands of people. Multiple outlets reporting the FBI has issued a fresh new warning about smishing after having first identified the problem about a year ago, March of 2024. Now, phishing scams, we've heard of those for years. Smishing is a new term. It's a combination of the cybersecurity term phishing and SMS, which is short for short message service, which is akin to standard text messaging. This new wave has already exploited more than 10,000 newly registered domains using fake payment demands to steal personal and financial information. These smishing messages typically follow the same script. The most recent wave is characterized by sending cell phone users a message saying you have an unpaid toll that is due. Now, said the individual writing this said, I have personally received a bevy of these messages. Despite primarily driving in my neighborhood only, I don't drive toll roads anywhere. Now, given that not everyone deals with toll roads, these smishing scams have grown to emulate delivery services. As for what we need to know about this, it's a pretty simple solution. According to Forbes, the FBI is telling any and all iPhone and Android users, delete the message. And they highlight in bold print, do not click on any links. As soon as you click on a link to say, I need more, do I owe a toll? Who do I owe it to? You click the link, your phone is immediately opened up and given access to by the bad players, where they can then follow. And if you use your phone and if you input credit card numbers, debit numbers, make any payments, not only are the scammers trying to steal your money, but if you click the link, they could get your personal information, your driver's license number. They could even steal your identity. The Federal Trade Commission said starting this year, this has really become so prevalent is the issue that the FTC has actually maintained an entire page dedicated to helping users identify this increasingly sophisticated scam attack. 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Dragon SpaceX closeout team is taking final steps in prep for side hatch closure. Stand by for transition to pad hatch close.
And after all the prep, the SpaceX intended rescue mission for two stranded astronauts was scrubbed. U.S. astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams have spent over 9 months on the ISS since arriving there in June of last year. They were only intended to stay aboard the International Space Station for a week, but their Boeing Starliner spacecraft was deemed unsafe for them to return. Tonight's SpaceX mission was scrubbed due to a hydraulics issue. The flight will be rescheduled after the issue has been resolved. President Trump claims there's been far more deaths in the Russia-Ukraine war than that have been reported.
They never took anything from me. They took them from Obama and Bush, and they took it from Sleepy Joe Biden. With Biden, they wanted to take the whole country.
Speaking from the White House with the Irish Prime Minister, Trump once again said the war never would have started if he were president in the last 4 years, and added that Russia fears him. Trump added that we are getting close to peace, noting that Ukraine has agreed to a temporary ceasefire that has yet to be backed by Russia. The Trump administration is applauding a new report showing inflation cooling.
The consumer price index rose by 0.2% last month against expectations of 0.3%, leading White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett to upgrade his U.S. gross domestic product growth predictions.
I'll give you an expectation that GDP growth is going to be 2.5% in the first quarter at least.
The CPI is a broad measure of costs across the economy. It also showed the yearly inflation rate is at 2.8% against projections of 2.9%. I'm Brian Shook.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 82 points. The S&P 500 gained 27 points. The Nasdaq rose by 212 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Border Czar Tom Homan is warning New York Governor Kathy Hochul that ICE agents could flood New York if she doesn't cooperate with the federal immigration crackdown.
Sanctuary City is going to get exactly what they don't want. More agents in the community and more collateral arrests because you have forced us in the community because you failed to let us into jail.
Homan was in Albany today. He criticized Hochul for New York's immigrant-friendly policies, but had nothing but praise for New York City Mayor Eric Adams for working with the Trump administration on rounding up illegals who commit crimes. The founding pastor of a Dallas area megachurch is being charged with 5 counts of lewd or indecent acts with a child. The state's multi-county grand jury returned the indictments against 63-year-old Robert Morris. Morris stepped down from his Gateway Church in Southlake, Texas last year when the allegation against him became public, admitting to what he described as inappropriate sexual behavior. The indictment says he began abusing a 12-year-old girl at her family's home in Hominy, Oklahoma in 1982, with the abuse continuing for 4 years. The statute of limitations does not apply in this case because Morris never lived in Oklahoma. The Vatican is encouraged after the results of the Pope's chest x-rays. An update states that the x-rays taken today confirm that the condition of Pope Francis has improved. The pontiff's condition remains stable as he receives high-flow oxygen therapy during the day and non-invasive medical ventilation at night. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, we got a new day coming on as we cross over the midnight hour in the Mountain Time Zone. 1 to go, and we'll all be on the same page. That'll be a Thursday, Friday Eve. Looking toward the weekend. All right, other industry headlines we'll get to in the upcoming hour. Yeah, RFK Jr. this past day, the U.S. Health Secretary. They tell us food companies have been told that RFK wants artificial dyes to be stripped from their products. He's pledged to tackle chronic illnesses, overhauling our diets. U.S. diet and food dye is part of his plan to reform that. He touched on it last evening, where he's encouraged the fast food chains to switch to deep frying things in beef tallow rather than seed oil, especially for French fries. He has pushed for bans on additives like food colors. At a closed-door Washington gathering that included the CEOs of Kellogg's, Smucker's, General Mills, Kennedy said his top priority is to rid America's food of the artificial dyes. Now, this was from Melissa Huckstad, president and CEO of the Consumer Brands Association, a trade group. She addressed the memo to Consumer Brands members, CEOs. The secretary made clear his intention to take action unless the industry is willing to be proactive. So we can move, or they're going to make us move. The overwhelming majority of Americans support reforms to the food industry and public health. According to a YouGov poll, almost 8 in 10 American adults said they support requiring nutrition education in federally funded medical schools. 74% support banning certain additives, including dyes, from our food supply. Now, banning food additives has a lot of support across the political spectrum. The poll found 74% of Democrats, 81% of Republicans actually support such a plan. Likewise, 66% of Americans, including 71% of Democrats and 66% of Republicans, want the federal government to increase restrictions on the use of pesticides in agricultural products. Now, it was late last year, while endorsing Trump for president, Kennedy had laid out a vision for the government's regulating bodies where none of them are controlled by the giant for-profit corporations that have allowed the food supply as well as our medicines and environment to be compromised by toxic chemicals and additives, leading, he says, to this rising chronic illness epidemic. 2/3 of American adults and children suffer from some form of chronic health issues. 50 years ago, that number, he said, was less than 1%. So we've gone from 1% to 66%. Something big time has changed in the last 50 years. And a lot of that has to do with what we're consuming on a daily basis. What's going on, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve? Man, well, it's going to be interesting about this little spending bill. I think the Democrats are probably going to end up shooting themselves in the foot again. Yeah, Steve, here's the thing. We got a few Republicans that are against this thing too. Who's excuse me? Who's the House rep from Kentucky that voted against?
That was Thomas Massey. Massey's from Kentucky, and Rand Paul's from
Yeah.
Kentucky. And Rand Paul, the senator, said he's going to vote against it. But I haven't found like
Yeah.
why they're against it. I don't really.
Well, I think they're both very conservative. I think what it is they don't want to pass any more funding bills until they get this fraud under control.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's their point of view here, which, listen, I totally get. You know, if you're filing bankruptcy, you're so broke. Or, you know, and you got fraud, and I don't know. And you got to fork out some money. You're like, whoa, wait a minute. Before we give you any more money. But I don't know if that plan's going to work, Steve. I mean, you got to fund the government. It's got to happen. I don't care if the Democrats, if the Senate doesn't vote this thing through and they shut the government down, so be it. I think it's going to come back on them. Steve, unfortunately, politics is politics, man, and I don't think there's too much we're going to be able to do at this point until we can come up with a plan to actually stop this fraud and abuse. We're going to have to cut deals. We're going to have to make deals with them probably to get this passed and get it through. That's just the way it is until we can get things changed. Unfortunately, we just don't have the votes. Maybe, you know, elections have consequences, right? If we would have got more senators, maybe in the primary, people realize this and we get the majority of Senate. What do you need, 60 votes in the Senate?
On this particular measure, yes. Some things are, like a straight majority. Like, I guess the House side, it was a simple majority is all they needed. But the Senate side needs 60 votes, two-thirds.
Yeah, I forget what that's called. There's a term for that. Big on it. I can't think of it.
Right.
Anyway, if we got enough Republicans in the Senate, we wouldn't need the Democrats, Steve. So it is what it is. I mean, we're just gonna have to wheel and deal until they can come up with some sort of plan to redo this government. There's no plan in effect right now, but hey, real quick, back to Elon Musk. I heard you say that Trump apparently came out and said he was going to attempt to try to charge him for domestic terrorism.
Yes.
Which I'm glad to hear that. They absolutely should. Did you hear about the cyber attack on X?
Yeah, earlier this week. That supposedly emanated from Ukraine, he said.
Well, that's what Elon Musk is saying. I mean, these IP addresses, Steve, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if we'll ever know, but...
the bad actors, it could be a North Korean actor, it could be a Russian actor. They can make it look like they're from other countries, so you don't know where they're from.
It could be us doing it, Steve. Not us,
right.
But I mean the United States, or somebody in the deep state, or some globalists. They don't like him anymore. Steve, I heard somebody mention, it wasn't Bongino. Might have been the War Room with Steve Bannon, that when the stock market took a hit, and Steve, I know really nothing about the stock market, but apparently that was an attempt on Musk also. I mean, what's the man worth? $300 billion? Most of it's in stocks. There was a guy on there talking about the way the stock market went down is they were targeting Elon Musk. I don't know if anybody knows more about the stock market. They can call in and maybe explain it. I had to go. I couldn't listen to the whole thing. But, man, Steve, the left, I told you they better invest in some diapers, man, because they are melting down over, I don't know the dude's name, from Pakistan. That is his visa has been.
Right. He's got the green card, but but he was participating in violence and advocating violence here, so they're saying send his ass home.
Yeah. Leftists are saying, well, now all of a sudden the leftists believe in free speech, right? He ain't committing no crime. He's just utilizing free speech. Well, Steve, number one, he's not a U.S. citizen. So none of these amendments apply to him. And to lose his green card or visa, a crime does not have to be committed. There's some subsection in there. I think they found that somebody comes into this country and is, God, I don't even know the right term here, conducting business that is not in favor of our country, or that could cause harm to our country in some way, they can revoke that daggone thing. And that's exactly what they did. Now, was his trial today, or is it supposed to be tomorrow?
I thought it was coming up today. I can't recall. I haven't seen anything to where it has taken place yet, so I think it's today.
Right. I know it's coming up real soon. So we'll see how this plays out in court. I mean, obviously, if you get some leftist judges in there, they're going to toss it out and say you got no right to revoke that and deport his butt back. But the fact is, he's not a citizen. And the other fact is, you do not have to commit a crime to get that green card revoked. Steve, it'd be like, I don't know, say you throw a party at your house and a friend brings a friend, and this friend of the friend comes into your house and starts telling you how to run your house, man. Telling your wife how to clean, right? Telling her she's not cleaning right. This place is a pigsty, man. You get the hell out of here, dude. Somebody like that coming in. Go protest in your own daggone country. So, I don't know. I've heard a lot of people saying that they didn't agree with them snatching his butt up and holding him. They were talking about First Amendment rights and this, that, and the other, but they don't apply to him, Steve. All right, buddy. That's all I got, man. We'll see what happens in this hearing. If it is today, I'm sure we can talk about it on the TGIF show, which will be in about 22 hours, 21 hours and 40 minutes. Keep an eye out. Hopefully the clouds give us a break and we're able to catch a glimpse of that blood moon, right?
That's the hope. Tonight would have been a great night for it.
Yeah, man, Steve, I got 47 degrees on the cruiser dash right now. Feels good out here. The wind's not blowing. Feels pretty good. First night, hey, this is the first night I came into work without no long johns on.
Oh, yeah?
I'm hoping it stays that way. So probably more info than you needed to know. So with that, I'll get off of here. Everybody be safe. Thanks, Steve.
All right. Then I was doing a quick search here, and it looks like, I guess there was, the hearing was taking place. Columbia graduate Mahmoud Khalil, Mahmoud, that was arrested Saturday by ICE at his university-owned apartment for his role in the anti-Israel campus protest, where repugnant flyers glorifying Hamas were handed out. Yeah, the Trump administration insists the U.S. has legal justification to deport him. His arrest has sparked protest and outrage from the left. The 30-year-old green card holding Palestinian who received his graduate degree from the elite school in December was brought to the LaSalle detention facility in Louisiana, where a source said he was being staged for removal from the U.S., but Manhattan federal judge Jesse Furman temporarily halted his deportation Monday after his attorney filed a petition. Lawyers representing the U.S. government and several others, attorneys representing the detained Palestinian activists, had their first court hearing on Wednesday, and I guess he has now been ordered, whatever unfolded there. He's being held, so I guess, you got the lawyers, battling back and forth, and that this is going to have to be, worked out in the courts. But all I can see is that he is being held in detention there in Louisiana while this plays out in the courts. Will he or will he not actually be sent packing? So that's what I was able to find there from the New York Post.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
All right, meanwhile, we head on down to Florida. Well, so it looks like it was a scrub this past evening. And only thing I was able to find is that they could try again today or Friday, I guess, weather permitting, if they could address whatever the issue, some sort of hydraulics issue. Morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. How y'all doing today? It was the clamp arm that holds the rocket up, the hydraulics on it were having a problem, so they had to scrub because they didn't know if they could get the clamp arm off of the rocket when they tilted it back. So that was pretty much what it was, Steve. I don't think it's going to today. I'm thinking tomorrow.
Friday.
I'm thinking Friday. They got to get out there to the pad this morning and try to get up on that erector arm and try to fix that hydraulic piece. So I don't know. It might happen today. I don't know, but it's going to be around, about 7:30 tonight, close to there, like 7:26, I think is what they said. And then if they go Friday, it'll be 10 minutes earlier than that.
Okay.
So I was watching it yesterday, and they were all ready. They had them suited up, and everybody was inside. And they had her closed up, ready to roll. And but if you can't get that erector arm back, you can't let that rocket go. That rocket's just going to stay there, and it's going to keep firing. And then you know what happens after that? It goes boom.
Kaboom, yeah. No, you don't want that, especially with a human space flight. I mean, cargo ship's one thing, but this has got humans on board.
Well, you know what was really strange about that was it was a 95% go, and the 5% they were looking at was actually because they had high seas up around Canada, and that was in case that they had they had to come back.
Yeah.
You know, and they watched waves everywhere, and that was one of the things they were looking at that possibly might have scrubbed it yesterday. They were looking at that pretty close, but everything looked good. And then they came in with this mechanical. It's on the service end. It's on the ground service end when they have that. You know, so they'll go out today, this morning. Hopefully, they can get it fixed this morning. If they can't get it fixed this morning, it's definitely going to be tomorrow. So, but other than that, how's your day going, buddy?
Doing all right. Friday Eve, as I like to refer to it. So, one day closer to the weekend.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, we're getting close. We're getting close. That's good to hear Pappy there. I appreciate Pappy, man. Pappy's a pretty smart dude. He knows what's going on with his politics stuff. I need to get with him, man. He's the dude when it comes to that stuff. So.
Right.
But so is Bongino, since he's going to be the head over some stuff, is he going to be giving up his show, or is he going to be doing that, or what's going on with the show? His show?
Yeah, I can't. I think his last podcast, Pappy, I can't recall if it's sorry. It's sometime right about now. He's going to have exiting the podcast, and I forget who's going to be replacing him on that. But
okay.
So he's actually.
I tell you what,
he's given up a lot. I mean, his podcast brought podcast revenue, sales merchandise. He made something like $4 million last year. And taking this new position with the FBI deputy director, what's it going to be? A couple $100,000 a year, maybe something like that. So, a true patriot who's willing to give up a lot, sacrifice a lot, to weed out all the corruption we've got there going on in D.C. I'm going to pause there. We got to get a news update here. Bottom of the hour, we'll come back, finish up with Philip, and back to your calls at 844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Ukraine is agreeing to a 30-day ceasefire with Russia.
The tentative deal comes after a day of negotiations between Ukraine and the U.S. and Saudi Arabia on Tuesday. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says his country sees the deal as a positive step, but that now it's up to the U.S. to convince the Russians. National Security Advisor Mike Waltz said the U.S. will now immediately lift the pause on military aid and intel sharing with Ukraine. President Trump is set to meet Thursday with the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio says Muhammad Khalil's federal court case is not about First Amendment rights.
This is about people that don't have a right to be in the United States to begin with.
Khalil, a former Columbia University student, was detained by ICE after leading a pro-Palestinian demonstration. Rubio said in a briefing that no one has the right to a student visa or a green card. Lawmakers have argued that Khalil's detainment was illegal since he is a green card holder. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so Yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
And right back at it here. All right, welcome back, Philip.
Hey, buddy. Pappy was talking about Elon Musk earlier. I don't think Elon goes to bed at night and worries about his money. I know that he's invested heavily, but, you know, I mean, he has a lot of people that are investing in him, Steve. So a lot of what you see out there with Tesla and SpaceX and all that, that's investors that are putting the money into that.
You know, we touched on
Elon
it last
Musk
week. I did not realize, horse feathers kind of tipped me off. I think last week, Elon actually only owns like 13% of Tesla, and it's like, I think 42% or something of SpaceX. I had no idea he owned that little amount of Tesla.
Absolutely, and that's what I've been saying all along. The majority of people that are the majority of the money that comes into those organizations is invested. It's from investors. It's not. Everybody thinks Elon's the richest man in the world. I'm pretty sure he's one of the richest guys in the world.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're
right.
to really sit down and look at his numbers, it'd be hard to do. But you know, he only owns a little bit of those companies. I mean, the Saudis own a lot of Tesla. I don't think too many people know about that, Steve. Did you know about that? The Saudis own a big portion of Tesla.
I did not, and that kind of defies any logic to me. I mean, an oil-rich nation that pretty much they rely on oil for all their income, 90% of it. Why would they have an interest in investing in an electric vehicle maker?
Well, when I found this out, I was the same way, and then I got to thinking about it. Think about what would happen if we actually took the oil away, Steve. We'd have to go somewhere else, right? Where are we going to go to? We were going to go to the alternative, which was electric. So they're playing both sides of the field.
So they're
a lot of these companies are doing that, Steve. And
they're diversifying their portfolio. I guess, you know, when you think about it, under President Biden, with his mandates phasing out the internal combustion engine, they were saying, well, in the U.S., if it's going all electric, we need to be a part of the investment in that, right? That does kind of make sense.
Absolutely. I mean, if they take away their oil, you know, they've got to find something else to reinvest in to keep their country going. So invest in electric.
Right.
I know they sure didn't invest in Caterpillar, because if it was me, I would invest in Caterpillar, because Caterpillar is paying a lot of these generators that are running these chargers for these cars are Caterpillar generators. I'd be invested in Cat if it was me, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But it's one of them deals. I mean, business is business. If your main thing is going to be taken away, you have to find an alternate source to bring income in for your deal. You know, and that's the way it works. You know, Elon Musk, if you want to really do some research, check out what he started, Steve. I'm not going to talk about it because it'd be a long conversation, but see where he come from and what company he started that made all his money to start with. And it amazes you what he did. I'm not going to talk about it. I just want people to go out. Like I said yesterday, I want people to think. I want to think, you know, about how things are. Go out and do your research and see where Elon Musk, what his first company was that made a lot of money, and he sold that company and started what he's got today. And it'll amaze you. It will really simply amaze you how this guy came. You know what a grain silo is, Steve? You know those big silos they put the grain in?
Certainly.
Okay, so I saw an interview with Elon Musk, and he was talking about when he was a kid, that's what he was in college, and they put him in these grain silos, and he would shovel out the grain at the bottom to keep it, you know, get it down to where the auger would reach to the bottom and whatnot. So he's been out there and worked with it. Everybody thinks he's always just been this or that. No, this guy is one of us. He's a guy that's come from working his butt off. He figured out a way, just like Bill Gates. You know, everybody gets on Bill Gates as a geek or whatever. I'll tell you what, man, Bill Gates, he put his time in and he made his money, and he did good. He did what he had to do. Don't underestimate those guys. They've been in the same shoes you have. Bill Gates probably hasn't been in the capacity that me or you have been in, Steve, but I'm pretty sure he's been pretty close. You know what I mean? So, but that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate y'all having me, and we'll catch you later.
All right. Thank you much, Philip. And Pappy sends me the message. I knew he would be up to speed on that. Bongino's last show is this Friday. So 2 shows remain. Then he sent me the press release starting, I guess, on Monday of next week. The rising conservative voice, Vince, how do you pronounce it? Cogliani? Vince Cogliani joins the national conversation with a new live radio show and podcast. Westwood One will syndicate the broadcast. It is the Vince Show and Vince podcast launching March 17. So that's Bongino's replacement there at Cumulus. We were discussing Rand Paul. And I said, I'm not exactly sure. Why is he kind of bucking the system here? Rand Paul wants to force the Senate to vote on codifying President Trump's cuts to foreign aid. That's a potential hitch for Republican leaders working to pass this bill to prevent a government shutdown Friday night. He wants the Senate to vote on an amendment that would cut foreign aid grant funding by 83%. Now, that's already being done by the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. This is the USAID money, right? Cutting 83% of the cut. He wants to add this to the bill to actually have Congress saying this is a permanent thing. It can come back later. The Kentucky Republican predicts that about half of Republican senators would oppose the amendment, and that would put them on the record against the Trump administration's work. My vote will be an example of how many people support DOGE, she said this past day. No Democrats, obviously, but on the Republican side, how many people actually would cut any money from foreign aid? I think you'll be surprised, or maybe you won't. Paul has a reputation for sticking with his threats to drag out debate on funding bills if he doesn't get his way. He did spur a brief government shutdown in 2018 because Republican leaders denied him a vote to tweak a budget amendment or an agreement. He won't say whether he'd go the same lengths this week as Republican leaders try to speed up that final passage of a 7-month funding patch that the House sent over on Tuesday night. Now, the Kentucky Republicans plan to vote against the funding measure along with all the Democrats who oppose the measure for completely different reasons than Rand Paul does, is also threatening to drag out debate. Senate Democrats are demanding a vote on a 4-week stopgap funding bill. They just want 30 days as an alternative to the Republican measure, which again is 7 months. And Democrats would cut non-defense funding by about $13 billion while boosting defense budgets by roughly $6 billion. Okay, so that's an answer to the question in regards to Rand Paul. Braden Dad, good morning.
Morning, Steve. It's kind of windy out here tonight. You know, I think I saw NEM fly by. I don't know. It's oof. Oh, let me pick up where we was at last night because I heard the callers after me last night. You know, if you look at the Nissan Stadium that they're building over in Nashville right now, the city council of Nashville said that they're only going to come out with $500 million, and that the ownership group has to pony up the rest of the money. Well, you know, I kind of like that idea, and I think that really is a good idea because the city, the taxpayers are not on the hook for all the bonds. Because if I remember right, that back in 91, 92, when they built the pyramid here in Memphis, the taxpayers floated a majority of the bonds, and when they shut the pyramid down, I think it was in 95 or 96. I could be wrong. Maybe it was 98. They shut the pyramid down. They still owe $30 million in bonds still on the building.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't paid off. The bonds were not paid off until Johnny Majors of Bass Pro Shops bought the building, I think about 5 or 10 years ago. He had to pay off the rest of the bonds to get the building. And I find this interesting, though. In a podcast interview, he said that deal was not about to go through because the city was dragging its feet trying to figure out what they were going to do with the bonds. And literally, it was like the 10th hour, the 59th minute of the 59th second, because he was ready to walk. And I'm going to say this, too, to all the listeners, though. If you get a chance to go through Memphis and you get a chance to get to that Bass Pro at the Pyramid, go for it. But the reason that the Pyramid sat empty for a while is because the Grizzlies moved in here. They went to the city and says, hey, we want to move here. We want a stadium. Then the city council said, sure, here you go. Here's your stadium. And Michael Isley, the owner at the time, said, hey, guess what? I want full controlling ownership of what all it goes on with the events in the city of Memphis. The city says, sure. Because all these cities know is they think they're getting big money revenue, but they're not looking at the costs. Because I did a little research today. Some of these cities, in the lease agreements, the city has to take care of all of the maintenance and maintenance and upkeep, and the other ones, the owner of the team has to pay for the maintenance and the upkeep. So I don't understand why is the city going to pay for the upkeep and barely get any money back and have to pay bonds, knowing that money that they're spending for that stadium, because I don't know what the utility bill is for a stadium. I don't know what the cost of upkeep for the same arena or stadium is. I have no clue. But I do know that is some of the money that could be gone to, say, schools, roads, bridges, etc. So I mean, I don't get why these cities are so heavily invested in these damn sports teams.
Right.
I really don't. Because Steve, I think it was last week you were reading a bunch of these places that were closing. I think Bridgestone was closing one place in Middle Tennessee,
right.
and Pilgrim's Pride was shutting down another place. Here in Memphis, we got Elon Musk's stupid supercomputer here. And the city reaches out to them and gives them all kind of tax breaks. Well, I imagine what happens at the end of the day is these tax breaks go to run out. And these companies go, hey, look, we want some more tax breaks here, and we'll keep our plant here. And the city's like, sorry, we can't give you no more tax breaks. And then that's when the people like me and Dingbat and, insert name lose their job, because that says, hey, look, guess what? We got to consolidate things down. We got to make things more economical, and we got to squeeze everything into one plant. You see where I'm going with this?
Right, sure.
Because if you go and look, if I remember right, I think it was last week or so, the city is giving Elon Musk and his supercomputer another $80 million. Where are we coming up with this money? I mean, I have no clue when we have crime that's out of control. I mean, it's honestly stupid the way they're going. But also, one more thing. Speaking of stadiums, they did announce this past week. You remember the speedway they had at Fontana? Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And remember, they sold off a whole bunch of land and tore up part of the track, and they were going to make warehousing and apartments and et cetera, et cetera. Well, the project for the track is still not done. They haven't even touched the track. Speaking of that, the only thing they have left is the grandstands, pit road, and the grandstands, front stretch, and the pit boxes. That's it. They're still talking about building a short track up there. They've got the land for it, but where's the money going? You sold all this land for $800 million, and you have no track out there, but you sent those to the Clash out there, wasted money by building the track, just to run one race to tear it up and put it back together for that Coliseum race.
Right.
I don't get this, Steve. I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
Is it kind of like government spending? Somebody somewhere getting rich, but how do you follow the money, right? That's all right.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, got us a Thursday, Friday Eve coming on here. Let's see what Eagle has going on out there. Morning, Eagle. What's happening?
Okay. Yeah, I got two things I want to talk about tonight. First of all, I'm gonna start off with the Elon Musk situation that's going on in America with these people that are terrorizing his vehicles and his dealerships. Yeah, somebody's going to seriously get hurt, Steve, and I believe in the next couple of weeks or days. These people are doing some very dangerous things. They're setting vehicles on fire, slashing tires. One man even tried to plant some explosives. You know, they're taking it a little bit too far. You know, the hatred of Elon Musk because of all these cuts that he's doing. Elon Musk has top-notch security around him and his family. I suggest, hopefully, he needs to have top-notch security at his dealerships too, his cars, and for troublemakers, because you got a lot of troublemakers out there now, Steve. Unfortunately, we live in a real sick society, a sick world. People don't get their way. They figure, you don't have the right to touch somebody else's property just because you don't like what they do or say, or some of the things that are happening in D.C. That didn't give you the right to do these things. Other people need to be prosecuted to the fullest, treated like a terrorist that they are. If you set a vehicle on fire, put a bomb in a Tesla vehicle, you're a domestic terrorist, and you need to be treated that way, Steve. You want to act like that? That's the way you're going to be treated. Simple as that. Now, let me move on to another subject that's going on right now in the state of Arkansas. I was in Arkansas today, driving through there on my way back to Texas for this weekend. And they got a lot of controversy going on, Steve, with this new law that they're trying to make or whatever's going on, some Hispanic people say that they're being discriminated against, truckers, because this new rule states that they have to be able to read and write English to operate a commercial vehicle in the state of Arkansas. Now, the thing I have no problem with this being done. The only thing I don't want to see happen, Steve, is racially profiling people, pulling in, stopping a truck going down the interstate just because you see a man that looks like he's Hispanic. You don't know who that guy is. He could be a Mexican American. He could have been born right here in the USA. You know, nobody needs to be. I wouldn't want somebody to pull me over just because I'm black driving a truck, and I don't want it to happen to these people. Yeah, they need to be able to speak the language if they're going to operate a vehicle, but nobody needs to be racially profiled. Those people should have to do something wrong, Steve. They should have to, not turn on the signal, speeding, or have some infraction for the lawman to pull them over. So we'll see how it works out. But there's I talked to a lot of Hispanic truck drivers at the truck stop the last couple of days, and they're not very happy about what's going on in the state of Arkansas with this new rule. So we'll see how many more states decide to go along with the deal. But this could turn into something a little bit more, protests and other things if things get out of hand. Because I even understand, Steve, if one guy said that you receive a $5,000, I don't know, I think that's the right $5,000 fine, $2,000 or something like that. It's a high dollar amount of money if they find you operating the truck and you don't speak the language. So that's a lot of money for anybody. So we'll see how that turns out. Now, one other issue.
Okay, before we can move on, we got to take a time out there, though. We're up to the news break, top of the hour, as we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
The biggest win is not the tariff, that's a big win. That's a lot of money. But the biggest win is if they move into our country and produce jobs. That's a bigger win than the tariffs themselves. But the tariffs are going to be throwing off a lot of money to this country.
President Trump is telling business leaders that his tariffs are having a tremendously positive impact on the economy.
Trump spoke Tuesday at the quarterly meeting of his Business Roundtable, which includes the heads of Apple, Walmart, GM, and JP Morgan Chase. In his remarks, Trump claimed his recent tariffs against Canada, Mexico, and China will have, and they are having, a positive impact. The remarks come as stock values continue to fall. The Dow Jones Industrial Average lost as much as 700 points on Tuesday before ending the trading day down 478 points. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
U.S. arms deliveries to Ukraine have resumed after Ukrainian officials tentatively agreed to support a 30-day U.S. ceasefire proposal.
Correspondent Richard Engel reports from eastern Ukraine. Russian President Vladimir Putin has yet to weigh in on the plan.
So far, the Kremlin has said that Putin will not respond to this ceasefire initiative until Russia hears more from the Americans. President Trump is expected to speak with President Putin soon.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he's ready to end all military offensives if Russia agrees to the ceasefire plan. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The U.S. is cracking down on long-term visits from Canadians. Visitors that are planning to stay longer than 30 days are now required to register with the government. A new mandate uploaded to the Federal Register states that anyone over the age of 14 will need to apply for fingerprinting with authorities. Wall Street closed mixed today.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 82 points. The S&P 500 gained 27 points. The Nasdaq rose by 212 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
They love the product, but because he's finding all sorts of terrible things that have taken place against our country, they want to penalize him in a economic sense, and I just think that's very unfair.
Turns out most Americans have a negative opinion of the tech billionaire Elon Musk. A new survey from CNN SSRS found that 62% of respondents say Musk does not have the necessary experience for his current role. A similar number doubts the Tesla CEO's judgment. The mayor of Dallas was on Capitol Hill today testifying on the need for affordable housing. Eric Johnson says the government needs to get out of the way.
Cut the red tape and encourage the private sector to build more homes faster.
He shot down claims that there's a link between home prices and homelessness.
The most effective thing Congress can do to make housing more affordable for everyday Americans is not to create yet another federal program.
The reason people are living on the streets, he says, is because of mental illness. President Trump has taken a swipe at Rosie O'Donnell after the comedian announced that she's moved to Ireland in protest of the Trump administration.
Well, hey everybody, it's me, Rosie O'Donnell, and I'm here in Ireland. Moved here on January 15th, and it's been pretty wonderful.
Today at the White House, while visiting with Trump, Ireland's Prime Minister was asked,
"Why in the world did you let Rosie O'Donnell move to Ireland?"
Trump then asked the PM if he knew who O'Donnell was, and quickly interjected,
"You better have not known."
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it as we get another hour underway. Welcome into a Thursday. Friday Eve. Hello to Rick in Columbus checking in. All right, coffee up, you said. Getting that day started. All right, Eagle had another topic. What else did you have for us, Eagle?
Okay, I'm through with the Arkansas deal. Okay, I got a couple other things I wanted to talk about, Steve, before I hang up with you. Okay, I'll go ahead and talk about this situation. Okay, now, with the Donald Trump, when it comes to the tariffs and the things that he got going on with that, he was on one of your breaks just a few minutes ago, Donald Trump saying that the things are taking effect and that, the U.S. is going to be making a lot of money in the near future once some of these businesses come back to the U.S. And there has been a few of them that have decided to start building their vehicles in the U.S. again. And as far as I'm concerned, all operations should shut down in Canada until some kind of deal is made with Canada to where they're not ripping us off the way they are, because Canada's making way too much money. Canada's making way too much money. It's not an even deal with Canada, Steve, and it needs to come to a stop one way or the other. So hopefully Trump and somebody from Canada, the new president or the premier or somebody, can sit down at the table and work out some kind of new deal, because what's going on right now is definitely not right. And it's not fair to the United States. What's going on with the amount of money? Anybody that's driven trucks before, you can clearly see the amount of Canadian trucks that are operating in the United States. They're operating their vehicles in the U.S. Compared to what amount of U.S. trucks that go into Canada. It's not even close. You right there in the hot spot, coming right down 75. Right, you talked about it before, going across that bridge just right there in Cincinnati. If you go out to that bridge one day, you'll see what I'm talking about. You look at the amount of trucks that's going down 75 and 71, and I guarantee you're going to see a lot of Canadian trucks rolling right through Cincinnati where you at right now. So it's something needs to change, Steve. They're making way too much money off the U.S. Simple as that. And so they can make all the threats and everything they want to issue, but something's got to be done. Now, one last thing right quick before I hang on with you, Steve. I talked to a guy today, a customer I was at, a high dollar customer that my company goes to. I'm not going to name the place, but it has to do with transportation, transmissions and other things. We haul a lot of auto parts. And, I just struck up a conversation with the security guard And, you know, he just started telling me all the things about truck drivers that he sees on a daily basis. And it's not good. You know, we got a real bad reputation right now, Steve. Truck drivers in America. I've been driving trucks, I told you, for over 25 years. I started when I was real young. And when I got into this trucking deal, Steve, kids used to wave at trucks. They used to drive by the truck and smile. Women would smile and wave. Now, when you see a kid or a family in a car, you can tell the hatred that they have for truck drivers. There's no smile on their face. They might still shoot you the finger before they wave at you nowadays, and it's really sad. You know, it's not like it's a reputation that's earned, unfortunately, due to the tailgating guys. You can see guys running down the road with a 40,000-pound load, tailgating the car right on the back bumper of that car, rolling down the interstate. And anybody that knows anything about trucking knows that's one of the worst things you can do is to ride in behind another car tailgating. That guy hit that brake. They got videos where a truck will drive right over that car. Whether you're talking about one of these little small Mini Coopers or a Volkswagen or something, you'll turn that car into a pancake. This guy has no respect for that family that's in that car or himself. And it's really sad, you know, the people that they let, you know, DOT, hopefully they can crack down, you know, and get some of these people off the road, Steve, because they making everybody look bad. I don't know if I pulled out of a truck stop the other day when I was in Tennessee, and I was telling you last night about the ramp. You can understand why cities don't want trucks parked on their ramp. It's really sad, man. You should have seen the amount of trash that I seen when I pulled out of Louisville, Kentucky at the ramp, Steve. Urine bottles, buckets of trash, trash buckets, bags on the ground. It looked like a trash dump, right? And these people that live in that neighborhood, they have to get on that freeway ramp every day when they get ready to go to work. And that's the first thing that they see when they get on that ramp is trash and garbage on that freeway ramp. And then truck drivers wonder why these cities and states don't want you parking on their ramps. There's no excuse for you to, when you pull your truck off in the morning, to roll down your window and throw your garbage out on the ground and pull off like you've done nothing wrong. So, and like I said, this is why the states are giving these $200, $300, $400 fines for parking on ramps. Like I said, it's a reputation. As much as I hate to say this, Steve, it's a reputation that's well earned by truck drivers, and it's really a damn shame. You call yourself a professional truck driver, you ought to act like one. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle, thank you much. Have a great morning. Safe travels out there. All right, as we continue to see cabinet members confirmed, Stephen Bradbury confirmed as the Deputy Secretary of the Department of Transportation. Senate voting 51-46 in favor of Bradbury earlier this week, Tuesday. So he will be the second in command to new Secretary Sean Duffy. Together, they aim to roll back regulations without hindering safety. Bradbury said during his confirmation hearing, I'd like the agency to be able to be that the department had achieved greater efficiency in directing the dollars to the projects of most national importance for the people. Basically, the greatest bang for the buck for the taxpayer in terms of infrastructure projects. We need to assess how the department exercises the discretion that Congress has given it in regard to funding programs to ensure we're focusing our intention on safety and efficiency. The Trump administration has been focused on rolling back regulations. Now, Bradbury, who served as the Department of Transportation's general counsel during President Trump's first term, noted that efficiency and safety can be achieved simultaneously. Under my tenure, DOT was a leader in achieving efficiencies and very sizable regulatory cost savings for the economy without compromising safety. Looks like OOIDA is on board. In advance of the hearing, they wrote the Senate committee in support of his nomination, noting his experience as a chief counsel applauding his role in withdrawing burdensome regulations, such as a proposal to increase the minimum liability insurance for motor carriers. Again, that was under Trump's first administration, but number 2 in command there at the Department of Transportation. Is this part-time?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Steve.
How the heck are you? Doing well. How about yourself?
I just can't really complain up here riding across 24 headed to Toledo.
Yeah.
Man, that's kind of what Eagle was talking about there. These Canadian drivers and stuff. I've noticed more and more of them. They speak no English. But what's got me is when I started 30 years ago, you've never seen a big truck sitting on a shoulder. And if he was broke down. Well, more and more you see these trucks that say Mexico, Canada, and stuff on them. They do their 30-minute breaks on the shoulder. And I only bring this up because I had one about kill me earlier.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I just started my night. I left Columbus, Indiana, heading up here. And I hadn't made it 5 miles, 10 miles. I just got her wound up and rolling. And this guy, I had 2 cars beside me. So, there's times you can't get out. I got about 3 truck lengths from him, and he turned out so hard off the shoulder from a dead stop.
Mm-hmm.
The nose of his tractor was in the hammer lane.
Wow.
Scared the hell out of me. And I've been out here, like I say, 30 years, and this is getting worse and worse. And you get up here on 24, I used to run down south a lot. That's where I primarily drove at. In the last year, I've been coming up here. And the farther north you get, closer to that border, the more of them you see. It ain't nothing to go, every 10 miles and see one with their flashers on the shoulder, doing their break, their 30-minute break or whatever. Whenever another quarter of a mile up the road's a ramp they could get off, and do it safely. They ain't going to write you a ticket for your 30-minute break. But I don't know. Rant over.
Wow. Yep.
It's been a long time since I spoke to you. Last time I spoke to you was over on 700.
Really?
And yes, sir. I was off one weekend and I come back and I couldn't find you. I was like, I couldn't find out what had happened, and I stumbled across. I can't remember. There was an ad for Hot Shot Secrets there about a year and a half ago, and they said to Steve Sommers, I was, well, by God, we're going to have to get him found here.
Yeah, right.
And been listening to you ever since. I've been listening to you since 2004. But,
so long time.
Don't try and get down and see you at the truck show.
Long time listener, first time caller here on the overnight drive.
Yes, sir. I probably wouldn't have called if I didn't have a rant. But
well, I'm going to get you that first-time caller code. That'll help out for your rant.
I sure appreciate it.
Absolutely, yeah. So, you say you're going to try to make it down to Louisville in a couple weeks?
I'm going to try to. It's been years since I've been down there. Last time I was down there is when old Tom Bigby was working with you.
Wow, that's been a few years, that's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, old Tom, he was hosting the show that day I was in there. I talked to him a little bit.
Now you're probably talking 8 or 10 years ago. How long's it been? Because we had Big B, and then we had Bubba Bo, and then Dave on the weekends. Yeah, it's
right. But yeah, it's been a minute. I'm hoping to get down there.
Okay. Well, hey, it's great to hear from you again. So, what took you so long to call?
Stage fright.
No way.
But it's good talking to you, Steve. You have a good morning, and we'll try to stay in touch a little better, all right?
Do that, yes. And, yeah, good to hear from you there. So, yeah, first-time caller, absolutely. If it's been 10 years, what the... It's 19 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. We were talking last week. There were several stories about the increase in accidents, foreign drivers coming in. Glenn Beck's The Blaze, I guess one of his many reporters, is his reporting agency continues to grow. I guess a couple days ago had a big breakdown. I think his headline was, Highway to Hell, Foreign Drivers. Tell you a little bit more of what he had to say coming up. First, a quick timeout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, let me tell you, I delve into this one. I just came across this a few minutes ago. The hundreds of thousands of cheap, poorly trained drivers imported under Biden serve one purpose: to depress wages for Americans. The American trucking industry today is in trouble. Wages have flatlined for decades, while deadly accidents have steadily increased. Both of these trends share the same root cause: the massive influx of cheap, poorly trained, foreign-born drivers. And it didn't have to be this way. The illegal alien from Mexico that crashed and killed another trucker on his way home from work, who had been deported 16 times already. When the COVID lockdowns hit in 2020, the industry went through a very brief demand collapse as businesses closed and people lost their jobs. At the same time, people with email jobs began working from home, and the government started handing out free money for all those out of work. This is when the online shopping exploded all at once. Truckers were in more demand than ever. By 2021, this had translated to incredible pay rates, which caused many people with a commercial license to re-enter the business. Now, even while doing its unusual whining about the supposed shortage of truck drivers, the American Trucking Associations had to admit that their own research revealed that there were 10 million people in the U.S. with an active CDL. It's a fine example of the market operating as it should. Naturally, the government had to get involved and create a problem where there wasn't one. Late in 2021, the White House, then occupied by the cognitively declining, dubiously elected Joseph R. Biden, put out a document called the Biden-Harris Administration Trucking Action Plan to Strengthen America's Trucking Workforce. In this plan, the White House let slip what was really going on. At the same time, the industry reports historic demand for its services. Reflecting that demand, wages for employed drivers in all trucking segments had increased 7 to 12% in just the past year alone. But employment in some segments is still below pre-pandemic levels. It's kind of hard to ignore the implication here. The Biden administration, no doubt encouraged by the ATA lobbyists, was not happy that truck driver pay had increased, nor did they seem to believe that the market was moving fast enough to correct this bidding up of wages. The White House, well, they proposed a solution. Pay for people to get CDLs. The nation's trucking workforce also demands clear, debt-free paths into these good jobs through high-quality training, such as registered apprenticeships, which prepare trainees and provide employers with a steady pipeline of skilled, safe drivers. Maybe the Biden administration was not aware of the ATA-owned or the ATA-adjacent truck driving schools that were already receiving taxpayer funds for those debt-free paths. You scratch beneath the surface of the ad for any truck driver training school or local and state-funded retraining programs, government grants and subsidies become immediately apparent. Funds doled out by the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, to Pell Grants, to $47 million in extra funding from the Biden administration, it's clear that the trucking industry is awash in taxpayer largesse. In a recent study examining driver retention problems in California, it was discovered the state spent about $20 million on driver training, but found all that was being financed was a revolving door, as those drivers did not stick with the industry. Now, if using millions in taxpayer funds to pay for training couldn't get those pesky wage numbers to go down, maybe it wasn't the cost of training that was the problem. So the government moved to lower the requirements for a CDL, or as the White House phrased it, to expand more seamless paths for veterans and underrepresented communities like women to assess good driving jobs. April of 22, the fact sheet update that has since been scrubbed from the White House website included a stunning figure that should have raised some eyebrows. Thanks to cutting red tape, the DOT helped states more than double new commercial driver's license issuances in January and February of 22 compared to the same months in 21. States have issued more than 876,000 CDLs since January of 21. Yeah, those numbers did not sit well with anyone who knows and understands the actual industry. And we'll pick up with the rest of the story right after this. A news break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Ukraine is agreeing to a 30-day ceasefire with Russia.
The tentative deal comes after a day of negotiations between Ukraine and the U.S. and Saudi Arabia on Tuesday. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says his country sees the deal as a positive step, but that now it's up to the U.S. to convince the Russians. National Security Advisor Mike Waltz said the U.S. will now immediately lift the pause on military aid and intel sharing with Ukraine. President Trump is set to meet Thursday with the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio says Muhammad Khalil's federal court case is not about First Amendment rights.
This is about people that don't have a right to be in the United States to begin with.
Khalil, a former Columbia University student, was detained by ICE after leading a pro-Palestinian demonstration. Rubio said in a briefing that no one has the right to a student visa or a green card. Lawmakers have argued that Khalil's detainment was illegal since he is a green card holder. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, let me get back there, pick up where we left off. Because this is where the good part kind of comes in. We left off where the numbers, the number of CDLs divvied out, 22 compared to 21, more than 876,000 CDLs, didn't sit well with anybody who knows and understands the industry. Suppose we accept for just a moment the ATA's unlikely claim that there's a shortage of 80,000 drivers, and that shortage is going to grow to 160,000 by the year 2030. They've been doing this for years. Why then did the Biden administration claim to deliver more than 10 times the number of supposed shortage that the ATA repeats ad nauseum? You know, they were saying 80,000 drivers short. They issued 876,000 CDLs in a year, 21 to 22. Where did they find all these extra drivers? Who were clearly not drawn from the existing pool of CDL holders. Well, another group that asked these same questions was the American Truckers United, which has been digging into the data on all those excess CDLs produced over the past 5 years, some possibly due to COVID demand increase, some to legitimate parts of Biden's plan, but most of them not. Co-founder Shannon Everett and his team have been combing through the Department of Motor Vehicle records state by state, and their number crunching revealed that 10 states and Puerto Rico had somehow managed to issue over 3.5 times the number of CDLs as all the other 40 states combined. We'll take two examples. Oregon dumped 98,872 drivers into the system in the year 2022, a staggering 77 times the normal yearly number. South Carolina counted 77,500 new truckers in 21. Is it even possible to test, train, and qualify 43 times your normal put out? You know, they said, did FedEx and UPS move all their operations to South Carolina? These increases in CDL numbers are simply too high for existing truck driving schools and technical and community colleges to have accommodated. Now, if you think about it even briefly, even more so, many of the truck driving schools were shuttered. Many of the community colleges, we weren't allowed to meet in person. Recall, you couldn't be within contact. You can't get in the truck with someone who may have COVID. So that means, to me, it's even deeper. Well, Everett and his team had a different explanation. Most of these drivers had been insourced from other countries with very little in the way of vetting. These hires took advantage of a change that was quietly made in the waning days of the Obama administration in 2016, when the FMCSA issued their very curious memorandum ordering the Department of Transportation and police to stop enforcing the federal regulation requiring drivers to be proficient in English. There it is. Why drop this perfectly sensible English requirement? Well, one clue can be found in a 2023 Biden administration update on the Trucking Action Plan, which announced that resources would be directed to increase the capacity to train veterans and their family members and individuals from underserved and refugee communities. Similar language appears in the following year's update, which includes a pledge to increase the training opportunities for candidates from rural, refugee, and underserved communities. Well, much was made last week about President Trump pausing components of Biden's refugee program, which will affect hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians. In a post last Thursday, industry insider Craig Fuller cited confidential sources claiming that immigrant truckers make up 52% of premiums at one of the country's largest insurers. 14% of them are Ukrainian. Ukrainians seem to be specifically recruited by CDL mills. Like, they give an example of one in Pennsylvania. So the whole non-English speaking requirement, 2016, we cited last week, is I guess people are kind of catching on here. Once that memorandum came down under Obama, the number of foreign drivers coming in has increased exponentially. The number of accidents continue to grow year over year, even with all the additional safety features that are being put on trucks. So Arkansas, may they be the first out of the box? Will we see this maybe trending in other states? Or will maybe the new administration, Trump, Sean at the Department of Transportation, kind of look at this, say, hey, we got a problem here. Well, the government created a problem. Arkansas is looking to crack down on these non-citizens working as commercial truck drivers and those who employ them. We touched on this a week or two ago. The Secure Roads and Safe Trucking Act of 2025, which has been introduced to the Arkansas State Legislature by Representative Wayne Long and Senator John Payton and Representative John Eubanks. The bill, the following provisions, requires a domestic commercial driver's license issued by the U.S. District of Columbia or Puerto Rico. Commercial driver's license, in order to operate a commercial vehicle in Arkansas, truck drivers with a B1, B2, or B1-2 combination visa would be banned from operating a commercial vehicle in Arkansas. Penalties for violation include impounding the vehicle, a fine of $5,000, as Eagle mentioned there, for the commercial vehicle operator. Canadian commercial driver license reciprocity will no longer be recognized under the provision of the bill. Number 2 requires commercial vehicle operators to demonstrate English language proficiency, enough to read road signs and warning signs, understand traffic control devices, communicate effectively in an emergency with either emergency services, law enforcement, and or other drivers that are operating a commercial vehicle. Doing so without proficiency, again, a fine of $5,000. Next, establish the offense of criminal use of a commercial vehicle if a non-citizen without a U.S.-based CDL causes the bodily harm of another person while operating a commercial motor vehicle. That would be a Class D felony, minimum 6 months prison term. Next, if a non-citizen without a U.S.-issued CDL is operating a commercial vehicle and causes a fatality crash, they could be convicted of a Class B felony, minimum of 10 years in prison. That would have been the category for the illegal Mexican, 16 times deported from this country, killing someone out there on the highway. And then as far as the companies are concerned, it will penalize trucking companies who provide commercial vehicles to ineligible operators, a fine of $10,000. The bill also establishes a public safety emergency that would allow it to go into effect immediately on passing. Now, this is in the state of Arkansas again. Will we see others kind of coming aboard? House Bill 1569 in Arkansas right now is in the House Committee on Public Transportation. But several points that were brought up in this that I had not seen. I had never seen the numbers of 876,000 CDLs issued in the year between 21 and 2022. That's astronomical. At a time when the ATA said we had a shortage of 80,000. So Yeah, we issued 10 times the number of driver shortage CDLs, supposedly, that the ATA said we have. And undoubtedly, many of these 876,000 are going to be those who are willing to work for some of these big carriers that pay what would essentially be pennies on the dollar for what a truck driver should be compensated in this country. Good morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. I was just kind of thinking about what you're talking about. That conversation's been going on forever. And the other part that I would think about is how many well-qualified CDL drivers left the industry for one reason or another that really didn't have anything to do with pay. It's like maybe too many changes in regulation or anything.
ELDs, driver-facing cameras, all these things that they're trying to put on them. Mm-hmm.
So that was just what I was thinking. And Brain Dead was mentioned about all this other stuff. That if you look up the topic of corporate welfare, that started, I think it might have actually started with Carter, and then Reagan kind of embellished it a little bit. And all these different enterprise zones and industrial parks and all that, they began to flourish. But some of the residents were a little bit upset about it, and that's when they hit onto this sports thing. And I don't know, here in Indianapolis, it seems like I think they call it Capital Infrastructure Board or Capital Investment Board. It seems like sports is always their big thing. They're wanting to open recreational sports parks and build another stadium. I think now they want a ice hockey rink, a soccer thing, or whatever. I just get tired of hearing about it because there are other things that might do a whole lot better. And Brain Dead specifically mentioned Nissan. I used to get a lot of good loads out of Nissan there at Nashville. So I guess anybody that's still running for the same company, I don't know exactly what's going on there with Nissan, but they did put a lot of money into the Nashville economy or that particular region. So anyway, that's kind of enough about that. But the broad subject was they discussed that. Well, they're going to almost endlessly about the corporate welfare when all that came about, and that's the broad topic on that, and why all these cities went to that. So a matter of fact, come think of it, you guys there in Cincinnati, there with their stadiums, they kind of experienced some of that problem too there. And what they build 3 stadiums up there, expecting so much tax revenue, and people, they started raising the taxes, and people started moving out of Cincinnati to the suburbs or something. I forget exactly what it was.
We've been battling with it was Paul Brown Stadium. That was the big one there, and then of course, and then you had the soccer stadium that they had built there, the FC Cincinnati. Of course, Great American Ballpark, the Red Stadium. I don't think that wasn't quite as controversial. Paul Brown Stadium was the one where the Brown family wanted to put the taxpayers on the hook for incredible hundreds of millions of dollars.
Okay. But really what I called about was these 2 senators from Kentucky that are, well, what they call in Kentucky, wanting to buck the traces and mess up this continuing resolution.
Yeah.
It's supposed to, what they're wanting is a 7-month continuing resolution. And that way they won't be discussing all this. And at the same time, there will be a serious look going on at all the government operations right now. And the only thing that I can think of to compare that with, anybody that's ever had to go to court, criminal court or civil court, if you don't have all your ducks in a row, you're allowed to request a continuance and say, I need more time to develop my case or my defense or whatever it is. And that's kind of the way I look at this continuing resolution, because Trump has all this thing in place and going on, like with the Doge and everything else, and he obviously has the Democrats on the run. You can see the way they're acting. And you mentioned, I believe, last night something about the USAID people were destroying documents and all this.
Shred them
I
and
mean,
burn them.
somebody's almost in full panic mode. So if you have your opponents on the run, you don't want to interrupt that. You want to make sure that continues on. And that was what I was thinking about. It's like, what are these people thinking? You know, that they shouldn't be gumming up the works. And the more they gum up the works, the Democrats is like, oh, well, we can still shut the government down, but then we can create a narrative to where we can blame it on these two Republican senators. So I really don't understand exactly where they're coming from, because, you know, Dr. Rand Paul, he's a doctor of ophthalmology, I believe, so I know he's fairly intelligent. The other one I don't know much about. But anyway, that's the big thing. And the other thing is, along with that, you're going to be shutting down RFK Jr. and all of his stuff that he's wanting to do there about the food processing and the food agreements, food ingredients, and the chemicals and all of that. And that affects America's health. Plus, it also affects the budget because the government is so heavily invested in health care, Medicare, Medicaid, veterans, you name it. The government has a hand in it. So if you can improve the health of Americans and thereby reducing that cost, you know, that will be a budget savings. And maybe by the time you get to the end of that 7-month continuing continuing resolution, then you will have an honest-to-goodness budget process where everything goes through the subcommittees and the committees, and then finally the full Senate and House. And miraculously, by the time September rolls around, we might have an actual budget in place for the first time in I don't know how many years.
Right.
And just like I remember Knucklebuster mentioned one night about he liked his oatmeal, but it was full of Roundup. Well, I don't know if we're still producing that many oats in the United States, but I know a lot of them are produced in Canada. And one of the approved uses of Roundup is if the oats aren't quite mature and you want to harvest them, they will spray them with Roundup, and that in turn causes the oats to die, and then they go in there and harvest them. So I don't, that's just kind of something there, is kind of a side note. So those oats, if they can soak up fertilizers, they can soak up toxic chemicals, and that goes for all the grains. And the GMO stuff and the chemicals they use on all the grains, that's the biggest problem with the oil seed, because if you look back 40 or 50 years ago, all these health nuts were complaining about beef tallow and pig lard being used for fried food, and they needed to switch to oil seed. But in the same time,
so now we've come
the
full
oil
circle.
Seed would, right. And I just seen the thing today when I was looking up some stuff, and it said a good idea gone badly wrong. They were talking about that whole subject there. So I don't know. But the big thing is the government right now, Trump's got things going the way it needs to go. And why you would want to shut that down is I can't understand that. And I think the two senators from Kentucky, any Republican that's even thinking about voting against it, they need to back up and think about it. And you were just mentioned about the trucking thing. I think the other part that Trump's wanting to get in place is that these agencies just can't on their own change the rules. And I think that's kind of what happened with that, with the FMCSA on that trucking bit there. Because I haven't looked at any of the old regulation books, but all that used to be in the regulations. And whether they've changed them or not, but the little green book that everybody carries,
Right.
and the bigger one.
Yeah, and the little green book, that's the guy. The little green book still includes that provision. Must speak English, proficient enough, and be able to read English. The exact wording, it's still in the green book. But they've magically made it a no longer an out-of-service violation. So why is it even in the green book? It's kind of like, well, that's a law that we pick and choose. We pick and choose which ones we want to enforce is where they're at. All right, we're getting close to news break here. 844-844-3388. What turned out to be what many referred to as the big nothing burger when it came to the Epstein documents here a week or two ago. We were supposed to get the big bombshell. We thought all the names were going to be, the very latest, yesterday, Alina Habba confirming they are currently reviewing the Epstein docs and prosecutions are actually coming. I just asked about this and where it's at. And I want to say I understand and hear the American people ask, and sometimes they mistakenly put it out on me, and that's fine. I am part of the administration, but I will say I personally have checked in. They are going through it. You got to be patient. Because when you're wanting to prosecute and actually do something with the information you have, you got to make sure you have the integrity of the investigations so we can bring these people to justice. So that we can hold grand juries, so we can do certain things. You got to be careful. Now, the value for the American people, to know immediately would kind of undercut what we have to do. We have to expose it. We're going to be transparent 100%. We have to make sure we're not putting any children in danger, putting any minors that don't want and do not deserve to be publicly identified in danger, and making sure we put forth the information that would still assist us in getting these individuals to justice. It is such a convoluted thing, but I'll tell you, transparency is 100% coming. Now, Pam said, we did get tons of documents. Yeah, Pam's letter, I think, was directed toward the Southern District of New York, that we now know the individual in charge there had directives to go in, and the FBI said, be the resistance. Do not turn over the documents. We have no tolerance for that. But yes, we've got the documents. Kash Patel instructed those individuals they must cooperate. Well, one of them resigned. He was the one leading the charge to not cooperate. And now we have the documents. We are going through them. There's a large amount. But believe me, transparency is coming. Now, how long it's going to take? But she said prosecutions are coming. Final hour just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says Democrats have the needed votes to block a Republican spending bill.
This comes as Friday's deadline to avoid a government shutdown looms. The bill narrowly passed in the House Tuesday by a vote of 217 to 213. While Republicans control a slight majority in the Senate, Kentucky's Rand Paul has made it clear he's firmly against the bill. I'm Brian Shook.
Protests continue to ramp up over the ICE arrest of pro-Palestinian activist and Columbia University grad Muhammad Khalil as a judge mulls a motion for his release following a deportation hearing.
Scores of Khalil's supporters filled Foley Square Wednesday near Manhattan Federal Court. His attorney spoke outside the courthouse.
We and he fully intend to vindicate not just his First Amendment rights, but those of all Americans.
The judge ordered that his attorneys be allowed to speak to Khalil after hearing that they hadn't had a chance to talk to their client. Federal prosecutors arguing the case should be moved out of New York. Khalil, who helped lead protests at Columbia that the White House labels pro-Hamas, had his green card revoked and was taken to Louisiana, where he remains jailed. Kristen Marks.
The Department of Education gave warning to some 60 colleges and universities to protect Jewish students or risk losing federal funds.
In letters sent to schools across the nation Monday, the department said the Civil Rights Act requires students to have uninterrupted access to campus facilities and educational opportunities. Secretary of Education Linda McMahon added the pro-Palestinian protest, which broke out since the Israel-Hamas wars started in 2023, called them relentless anti-Semitic eruptions. Last week, Columbia University lost $400 million in federal grants and contracts for what the government says is continued inaction to protect Jewish students from discrimination. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
The sister of Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett is being targeted with a bomb threat. Police in Charleston, South Carolina responded to a politically charged threat sent to Amanda Coney Williams' email. The sender claimed they placed a pipe bomb in her mailbox. Police say the investigation is ongoing. There's a health warning for travelers who recently flew through LAX. A case of the measles has been confirmed in a Los Angeles County resident who flew home from China.
Measles is one of the most highly transmissible virus agents we know.
Infectious disease expert Dr. Peter Hotz. He's been tracking the spread of measles across the country and says unvaccinated people who merely entered the Tom Bradley International Terminal are at risk. The LA County Department of Public Health says the passengers who sat near this patient have already been contacted. A Connecticut woman is being accused of holding her stepson captive for 20 years and providing very little water and food.
He's been locked in that room since he was 11. He was given 2 cups of water per day. Locked in there since 4th grade.
Kimberly Sullivan was taken into custody yesterday and faced a judge in Waterbury. She's facing multiple charges, including assault and kidnapping. A police investigation revealed that the victim, now 31 years old, has been enduring prolonged abuse, starvation, severe neglect, and inhumane treatment. deceased. He weighed only 68 pounds when he escaped by setting fire to the home. Sullivan's defense attorney says his client is innocent and denies these allegations. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, get our final hour underway here on a Thursday. Good to have you with us. Let me get right back to the calls. It's actually been a fairly busy morning. It's at 4:20. Who we got on board?
Yeah, Steve, can you hear me all right?
Loud and clear. How the heck are you?
Doing good. Listened to you for a long time. My handle, I just made it up. Well, I've never called before. It's 40-20. A lot of people will know what that means if you're a John Deere fan.
Okay.
But, yeah, I listened to you for a long time. And then after you went off the air there on 700, it was a long time. I was like the caller before. I didn't know nothing about how to get to the app or anything. And finally got the app about a year ago and been listening every night since. I work nights, drive to Columbus pretty much every night, do the same thing every night. And them guys are right. I mean, you see so many of these idiots, they'll pull off on the shoulder right at a rest area or past an exit, and then they'll jump right back on the road from a dead stop right from the shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, you got all that. But anyway, I heard a heat wave a while ago talking about his Freightliner, said his stereo crapped out on him. He didn't really say what happened, but I drive about the same thing. It's a couple of years older than his, and my radio done the same thing. And I thought the power cord or something had unplugged from the back of the radio because the whole thing just went off like he shut it off.
Mm-hmm.
Because I took the radio out and then took the power cord from the back and plugged it back in and started working. So maybe to save him a lot of grief, he won't have to do that. If it's a Freightliner like mine, there's a kill switch as soon as you open the door below the seat, it kills all the power. So if he'll turn that off for a couple of minutes and then turn it back on, his radio might come back on. So if he's listening, or I think a lot of these other drivers call him, maybe somebody's listening.
Yeah, I'm sure he's.
Let him know it.
If he's
might
not at the
save
home
some grief
20,
going to Freightliner.
Absolutely, yeah.
But yeah, I'm a first-time caller. I used to listen all the time. I never did call. I call and talk to Brad once in a while, your producer, and he was a heck of a nice guy. I'll give him a traffic report because I go through Cincinnati every night, and if there was a traffic problem, I was usually caught up in the middle of it. So,
oh boy,
I give him a good report on that. But yeah, but
so you've been listening for a number of years as well. How many years has it been since we lost Brad? Man, it's
long. I listened way back to the Bozo way back in the early '80s.
Okay,
and wasn't a whole lot of calls back then, but he played a lot of his comedic, like I think Charlie Douglas.
Oh yeah,
that make any sense, Charlie?
Absolutely. Yeah, me and Damn It Ray.
You do the Platin Bugle.
And the Platin Bugle. Yes, that's
Platin Bugle. That's just so funny.
Those were time fillers. Like 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning rolls around, and like you said, there's ain't nobody calling. It's like, okay, those were 10 minutes long. He would play those to try to help get through the night.
Yep, back in that day, I was, which I'm a farmer and a truck driver. Got the worst two jobs in the world, but I love them both. And, they always say if you like what you're doing, you don't work a day in your life, and that's true. But back in that day, our farm was a dairy farm. So I'd get up about 3 in the morning and milk the cows with small dairy, about 60 cows. I'd listen to the Bozo, and it was, as only radio. I'm right across the river from you, really, in Kentucky, about 40 or 50 miles, like around Maysville area.
Yeah.
And I've listened to you for a long time.
So you've
all the time.
So you found us here on the Overnight Drive, and so you've been listening long enough to know.
Yeah.
We've got brought to you by Hot Shot Secrets. Or have you tried the Hot Shot Secret projects or products?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I got 7 or 8 old tractors, and we still farm. We raise tobacco and got some beef cows and stuff, and I use the Hot Shot Secret. It's good stuff.
Well, we're going to hook you up with but when you go to place your next order, you'll have a $60 voucher, and that'll cover a good chunk of maybe what you're going to order next time.
Yeah, boy, I appreciate that. Yeah. Well, you just send that to a text on my phone or something?
I've got your number here. Yeah, you'll get a text message with that code. So you place your order, click what you want to order. Yeah, use the coupon code they'll have there. And I do know from past experience that once you enter that code, you can also enter the code Overnight Drive and get another 10% off your order. You could use both of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's great. But I really enjoy the show. You had a lot of callers tonight, and that's what I like. You got a bunch of good ones, like Vic and the Eagle. He just tickles me to death. I'm always laughing when he gets done. He'll say, "The hell with this one," or "The hell with that one," or
all right.
Just tickles me to death.
Yeah.
He's passionate, man, about what he talks about.
Yes, he is.
Just hear the same callers. I hadn't heard anything from Knucklebuster or Horse Feathers tonight. They're probably off for something, but I know, of course, years ago, when you were on 700, there was a caller, Stinger. Do you ever hear from him?
He was a local guy, and somebody tells me that he didn't even have a smartphone. He had like an old flip phone, and that he probably doesn't even know we're here. And he couldn't listen to the show.
Oh.
You can't listen on your flip phone, but
yes.
Yeah, as you said, there's a number of. I came across a post from someone just yesterday, and they were referencing another show that they said they had to turn it off because he said, "I think these guys are drunk tonight." And I typed in overnightdriveradio.com to give them the link. Several other drivers chimed back in on that. They were unaware that the program's even here. So still trying to get people to find us.
Yeah, I knew. Yeah, I know when you first, when they done that crap there on 700, I knew you started again, like as a Facebook or something. And I didn't do nothing with Facebook or really nothing on the phone, and I didn't even try it. And then I got wind of it on the for the app, and I got that app, and man, ever since, it's just punch that in, and you're right on the air. So
there you go. Yep.
It's great.
And you can do you plug your phone in like to the radio there in the truck just to listen to the speakers, or do you just try to listen on the phone itself?
Well, it goes through my radio.
Okay.
Yeah, it just goes through it's Bluetooth through the radio. I don't have to really plug it in. It Bluetooths through the radio, so I'm listening to you right on the speakers of my.
All right. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, the Bluetooth technology. Yeah, it used to be you had to plug your little cord into the phone and put that in the USB. But
yeah.
Yeah,
it really works good. I mean, it's just like you're sitting in here in the seat next to me. It's pretty handy, and but like I said, I really enjoy the show. A bunch of good callers, and
hey, well, it's great to hear from you there. So
like I said, I hope
you said your handle's 4020, huh?
4020. Like I said, if anybody that's a farmer or has anything to do with John Deere tractors, they'll know what it's a model number of a tractor. I really don't have a handle. I just made it up just to have a handle rather than use my regular name. I know my regular name is Scotty, and I know you got a caller that's Scotty, and I said, well, he'll think that's him, so I don't want to use that. So
all right, not a problem.
I just come up. I said, well, 4020 sounds pretty decent.
That works. Absolutely. All right. So yeah, watch your text message here of the next few days. I'll get that to Ryan, and he'll get that to you. And, all right. Now, listen in all that time. Just see how easy it is to pick up the phone and dial us up. All right. Yeah, right on the heels of sharing that expose about the so-called driver shortage and the revelation that 876,000 CDLs were given out in 1 year's time, which would have more than 10 times covered a supposed driver shortage. We know it doesn't exist, but earlier this week, day before yesterday, as a matter of fact, March the 11th, the driver shortage myth rearing its ugly head once again. This time, the claim is being used to support the adoption of driverless trucks. Aurora Innovation, the company that plans to deploy driverless trucks in April of this year along a dedicated route between Dallas and Houston, they were offering a presentation at the Cantor Global Technology Conference on Tuesday, and the chief financial officer suggested that a truck driver shortage is part of the reason the company's focused on driverless trucks rather than driverless passenger vehicles. He says it's a huge market. There are driver shortages, so you don't need to create this unnatural demand of more people taking rides in, say, the robo-taxi to succeed in the marketplace. The second thing is, when you just look at the raw economics, driver wages for a CDL compared to a gig economy driver is 3 times as high. The ATA still claiming, as they have for decades, that there's a shortage in this industry. As recently as 2023, they were touting 60,000 drivers. Now, from here, they go through the most recent studies. The most recent refuting that claim is the 2024 National Academies of Sciences driver pay study. Assertions of a driver shortage conflict with the basic economic principles of supply and demand. According to that study, there is not a driver shortage. There was also a study a couple of years ago, the Department of Labor, that found there's not a... they said that any issues in the labor supply could be corrected by increasing wages. And, of course, right now, the industry's been in a freight recession since 22, suffering from a persistent overcapacity issue. Now, his reference to driver wages appears to be a much larger motivation for motor carriers. Matty said, our first production introduction will be in trucking. Why trucking? Well, first off, the market is massive. It's a $1 trillion market. There's over 200 billion vehicle miles traveled every year. Second thing is we can provide incredible value right at the start, whether it's increased revenue through higher utilization per truck asset, or lower total cost of ownership, fuel efficiency, driver wages, insurance cost, and of course, paramount to everything is the safety we can provide. He later referenced that not having to pay a human driver and not having to deal with all the challenges of a human-driven fleet as some of the autonomous technologies benefits. That's your benefit. Now, more studies recently suggesting driverless vehicles are not ready for prime time. George Mason University professor Missy Cummins' latest research found concerns about phantom braking and an inability to navigate human driving behavior. Yeah, I'll tell you what really concerns me, and especially related to trucks. It's the fact that we can start to see a very dangerous pattern of what we would call phantom braking, when the self-driving vehicle sees something that's not there and makes a hard braking maneuver. Data in the study suggests the self-driving vehicle's phantom braking contributed to human drivers crashing into them. Nearly half of all crashes observed were rear-end collisions, which is about twice the rate of human driver crashes. Now, this is what Heatwave was alluding to just earlier this evening. Yeah, the damn truck sees something in an overpass and wants to hit the brakes. The truck, probably following too closely. Also, AAA survey reveals only 13% of Americans trust driverless vehicles. In a recent interview with Central Penn Business Journal, Executive Vice President Louis Pugh of OOIDA said there are legitimate concerns when it comes to the safety of these driverless vehicles. I'm a little concerned because the weather changes in a split second. I've asked all these companies, let me take a ride. Yeah, I think if your stuff is all you say it is, you'd want to put as many experienced people in the seat and see how it works. I have a hard time thinking about driving beside a semi on an icy highway with a computer behind the wheel, or driving on a road with black ice. Indeed. So, yeah, driver shortage. We need driverless trucks. Where does it end?
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, let's get to it says the lovely dingbat. Morning, Dingbat.
Hey. Good morning.
Is it kind of like your Saturday morning for you?
Yeah, pretty much. I'm with Brain Dead. I had to go pick him up at work.
Ah, okay.
We're trying to race to get home before this lovely storm comes through.
Looks like you guys are kind of it's looking like Memphis is kind of like in the bullseye for Saturday, is it? I think Saturday going to get ugly.
Yeah, right now I see some lightning to the southwest of us right now. He's driving, of course. He's driving me nuts, more like it.
So you've actually got some storms coming your way today?
Today.
Okay.
But I was going to give some feedback of what Brain Dead was talking about the sports arenas. You know, we had the Pyramid. You know, Memphis Grizzlies used to play in the Pyramid before it became Bass Pro. And the funny part about it was I graduated high school when it was the Pyramid, not the Bass Pro, air quotations.
Mm-hmm.
Then, you know, I work for Lovely FedEx, and they do from the Pyramid to the FedEx Forum. Well, if you think about it, it's all about the name FedEx. That's all it is. It's just nothing but a sports arena. But it's so funny because it can hold 20 thou. FedEx Forum can hold only 18 thou on any given day.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, it's like a downsize. I mean, name could be all this and this and this and that and everything like that, but it's all about location. I mean, if you go to my yard, I mean, FedEx Forum is about maybe 2 blocks away, and that's in the heart of downtown Memphis. I mean, my backyard, the back of my yard terminal is Airmark train, that is. So it's all location of what the name of this place, of the location of it is.
Right. So they got a new arena that holds a couple thousand.
So it's kind of weird, you know.
A new arena that holds 2,000 less than the old.
Right, pretty much.
Doesn't make a lot of sense, does it?
And, you know, I mean, it doesn't, you know, I mean, if I can turn back times, you know, the Pyramid was actually the best thing. I mean, you had sports, I mean, a lot of concerts go on and stuff like that. I mean, there was also something, Memphis history, if you look up Mid-South Coliseum, my dad used to do tractor pulling back then when it was there.
Yeah.
And also wrestling, too. I mean, it's just weird. I mean, how Memphis history has, you know, it's kind of downgrade, but upsize in revenue in a way, if you think about it. I mean, also, I mean, like I said, I work for FedEx Express. I mean, we share it with the Memphis International Airport, but, I mean, it's huge. I mean, it has not moved and everything like that. Like I said, it's all about revenue.
Well, isn't everything in this world about money these days? Revenue, money. Follow the money.
Well, you know, money is the root of all evil, they say.
Well, the love of money. The love of money, the root of all evil. You are correct. Yeah, I pulled up the radar. I know, so they do have some showers over there moving through parts of Arkansas. All the action, it's all east of Little Rock, but kind of headed toward Memphis. None of them reaching severe limits, but yeah, like you said, seeing some lightning off there west of Memphis. Yeah, looking like from Bradford down to Brinkley along I-40, east of Little Rock. Showers, thunder, some of those storms moving over in toward Tunica, Mississippi. But Saturday, yeah, that's what I'm seeing on the forecast models. Yeah, that's going to be Memphis, kind of like in the bullseye for potential tornadic weather. You're talking a major tornado outbreak rolling through Mississippi into Alabama Saturday. Some of the models are really ramping it up there. Hey, we'll be back to the calls right after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says Democrats have the needed votes to block a Republican spending bill.
The bill narrowly passed in the House. While Republicans control a slight majority in the Senate, Kentucky's Rand Paul has made it clear he's firmly against the bill. I'm Brian Shook.
The Department of Education gave warning to some 60 colleges and universities to protect Jewish students or risk losing federal funds.
The department said the Civil Rights Act requires students to have uninterrupted access to campus facilities and educational opportunities. Secretary of Education Linda McMahon added the pro-Palestinian protest, which broke out since the Israel-Hamas wars started in 2023, called them relentless anti-Semitic eruptions. Last week, Columbia University lost $400 million in federal grants and contracts. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thanks to the lovely Dingbat. Now we've got a thirsty Thursday edition of Interesting Facts. It was on this date, 1911, the founder of the Church of Scientology, L. Ron Hubbard, was born. On 1913, former CIA director during the Iran-Contra scandal, William J. Casey, was born. And a former IndyCar, NASCAR truck, and Acura Series driver, grandson to Marion Andretti, Marco Andretti, was born in 1987. Right, today is National Popcorn Lovers Day. It's National Open an Umbrella Indoors Day. Why would you do that? So you can get it caught in the ceiling fan, right? It is National Smart and Sexy Day. All right, it's National Earmuff Day. I wonder if I can find mine when the volunteers are playing. Hey, look out. It is National Good Samaritan Day. It is National Riesling Day, or another type of white wine. And last but certainly not least, we salute National Canine Veterans Day. For all our canines out there. All right. What do we have? 1781. This was the date. William Herschel thinks what he sees is a comet, but actually discovers Uranus. Yeah, you can insert your joke there. The planet. I know what you're... 1852, Uncle Sam cartoon debuts in New York Lantern Weekly. 1868, the impeachment trial begins for President Andrew Johnson on this date. 1969, Apollo 9 returns to Earth on this date. 1991, Exxon pays $1 billion in fines and cleanup fees for the Exxon Valdez oil spill. This date, 1997, Lights Over Phoenix by hundreds of people, millions on television. Yeah, still being debated to this day. What was it? And this date, 1999, Evander Holyfield and Lennox Lewis. The fight ends in a split draw after 12 rounds. Hey, what's going on with Pup this morning?
Hey, how's it going, Steve? Just about time for Skullbuster 30, ain't it?
It'll be here in short order.
That's right. Hey, I like that caller's handle, that 4020. That's a good old tractor. Those computer driving trucks, they don't have one thing that the human has when it comes to driving.
Yeah.
They don't have that pucker factor.
Yep.
That'll slow you down in a hurry. But hey, on that CR that you were talking about, the continuing resolution, they kind of held their nose and did it. It is going to up some stuff for veterans and the military, but other than that, it's a clean bill. And but I don't think they're going to go for that 30 days because the reason they want to get this through, and then they can blame the shutdown on the Democrats, but it'll give Elon Musk most of the summer to go through more of those departments.
Exactly.
And stuff because, yep. And the biggest thing is they're wanting to take it back before pre-pandemic budget is where they're wanting to take it back to, and even some of the Republicans in Congress are bucking on that. But that'll give them time. But the one thing that I did learn out of all this is on a CR, it takes 60 votes
Correct.
in order to get past the filibuster. But on the omnibus bill and stuff, which there's 12 of them that they got to do, but they want to do the budget one first. That way it gets all of Trump's, taxes and all that done. But that only takes a supermajority. It does not take the 60 votes. It only takes 51. So I found that pretty interesting. But other than that, I figured maybe that'd clear some stuff up. I can see why Rand Paul does not want to do this. He's really conservative when it comes to the budget and stuff, and Fetterman's going to vote for this. He's the only Democrat.
I saw something where he said what, never vote for a shutdown. And he's, like you said, the only Democrat I've heard say that. So
right, yeah. So, nope, it's been a good show. Been a dang nice night to drive. I'm hoping I get to see that eclipse tomorrow night. That'd be pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right, Steve. Well, keep up the good work, and I'll talk to you later, bud.
All right, just a little piece of friendly advice. Don't be looking at the moon while you're driving there tomorrow night, right? That could be a problem. I was barking at the moon. Next thing you know, boom. Morning, Gilligan.
Oh, hello, oh, wrong moon. Okay. Yeah, don't go barking at the moon, right? Hey, Steve, that crazy right-wing nut brought up something last night about eating Reese's Cups, and you said, you can't eat just one. Well, that's why there's two in the pack. That solves that problem. Don't you understand that?
I got my 4-pack here. I got the pack of 4. They were 2 for $4.
There you.
Yep.
There you go. Darn, I may have to come out there just to buy some of them 2 for $4.
And every once in a while, the one thing I hate is opening a Reese cup, and it's like it's the Reese cup that must have been sitting on the shelf since last November. I found myself a couple of packs of nothing like a good, fresh, with the peanut butter soft Reese cup.
Yep. You got it. I'll tell you one way I do like them where the peanut butter's hard. Did you ever have them in the freezer, eat them after that?
I haven't tried that, no.
Did you ever? Oh, they are good. You got to remember, I'm the Reese Cup expert.
The connoisseur.
Yes, you got it. Hey, Dingbat, you corrected her when she said money is the root of all evil. That's,
the love
to
of
me,
money.
Probably the most misquoted. It's because it does not say money is the root of all evil, as you said. It's the love of all money. The love of money is the root of all evil. Yeah, I think that's one of the most misquoted verses in the Bible. It's amazing that how that one little word just totally changes the whole meaning of that. I'm going to touch on this deal with this Palestinian supporter, Hamas supporter. It's amazing how many people in this country will defend somebody that's defending terrorists. I thought the Democrats were the party for the Jews. They claim that we're anti-Semites and all this, but they're screaming about possibly deporting a true anti-Semite, someone that literally believes that Israel must be destroyed. It's just the hypocrisy of the left is blatantly clear as anything can be on this, if you ask me.
Mm-hmm.
Heatwave brought up about the automatic braking and all that. I'm in full agreement. I have had trucks hit brakes. I've had the alarm go off, the collision avoidance thing, and not actually hit the brakes. And what they're picking up is something that's not even in the road. It's off to the side because you're in a turn or it's an overpass and that sort of thing. This technology, these self-driving trucks, the technology is not there, and it's been brought up also with the weather conditions. They can't judge weather conditions. They don't know. There's no way they know when you're going to be on ice and that sort of thing, or snow. I don't see the self-driving trucks ever being a thing, or at least not in our lifetime. Yeah. The driver earlier brought up he's been listening to you. Well, he's listening to your dad back in the 80s and stuff. Yeah, I've been listening to you since '99 when I started driving truck. I mean, I'm a long time listener myself, and you probably remember me and my crazy calls back on the old show.
Right. Back
in the early days when you were still with your dad.
Still answering the
Those
phones.
of you all that thinks that was back out. Those of you all may remember it. I was the one that kept on getting lost. I'd be the one making the laps around 495 from the D.C. looking for I-81. I was off I-81. I was lost. Yeah. Yeah. For those of you that do not know, 495 never connects with I-81. It's 64 miles from 495 over to I-81. There's an Interstate 66 that runs between them. I remember one night I called up and your dad asked me where I was at. I said, I think I'm lost. I'm here. I left Winchester for Bristol, and these guards up here at the Canadian border tell me I need to turn around. I must have went the wrong direction on I-81. Yeah. That was me, folks. That was me. Well, Steve, it's about all I got for tonight. And just remember, folks, try Reezy Cups out of the freezer.
Hey,
gives it an interesting twist.
Pappy just sent me a photograph. He's got him. He just took it off. He put it on the counter. He's got a 6-pack, a supersized King Cups. He said we're lightweights. All right, I've only got a 4-pack. Well, but I did get a 2 for $4 though, so that's 8 Reese Cups. All right, Truckin' Phil, what do you say? Happy Truckin' Thursday. Coffee up. We're heating up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. I'm on board with what Eagle said about all the drivers, and especially the unsafe ones, whether they're from Canada or the U.S. I had a talk with the Michigan DOT officer about the officer Daniel Kersetter, who was unfortunately killed in an accident while performing a DOT inspection up on 75 last year. But the amount of immigrant drivers coming across the border from Canada has increased 1,000%. Since I was calling the Truck and Bozo show and talking to your dad back in the 1980s, late 80s, from Canada on the payphone using coins. Then we went to the phone cards, then talking to Bubba Bo and all that. Now there should be shows out there doing documentaries on all these unsafe drivers and accidents, and more than 50%. Again, immigrant drivers coming through Canada. Anyway, we're 32, right at the freezing mark, starting things off, warming up to 62 in Fort Wayne, 28 going to 61 in Newaygo, Michigan. Have a great Thursday as we depart Fort Wayne for Newaygo, Michigan, and back once again. Have a great day, all. It's almost Friday, and roll on, Knucklebuster, from Truckin' Phil, Semper Fi.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation attention to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Alrighty, here you go, Pappy. You like dealing with the mentally unstable out there. You need to move up to Chicago. An Illinois lawmaker has introduced a bill that critics say will make it legal for anyone experiencing a mental health episode to attack police officers. You heard that correct. Democrat State Representative Lisa Davis, an attorney in the law office of the Cook County Public Defender's Office, has introduced House Bill 3458. Under the terms of the legislation, the bill would provide that it is a defense to aggravated battery when the individual battered is a police officer and the officer responded to an incident in which the officer interacted with a person whom a reasonable officer could believe was having a mental health episode. And the person with whom the officer interacted has a documented mental illness and acted abruptly. Because, when you pull up on the scene, you probably know automatically, oh, this is an individual that I know they have a history of mental illness, right? The bill has actually picked up 2 co-sponsors. Currently, a person in Illinois can be charged with aggravated battery if they attack an individual whom the person knows to be a peace officer, a community policing volunteer, fireman, private security, correctional institution employee, or Department of Human Services employee, supervising or controlling sexually dangerous persons or sexually violent persons. Second Cop City, a blog that reports on Chicago policing matters, first reported on the bill, stating, if this passes, mental illness will be an excuse to attack and beat police officers. Matter of fact, who wants to bet there will be thousands of people who suddenly have doctor notes that permit them to attack cops? Davis' proposal would legalize attacks on peace officers. Other first responders would be spared, like firefighters, like her husband, according to CWB Chicago. At this point, it's been referred to the Illinois General Assembly Rules Committee, where unpopular legislation typically would go to die. And hopefully that would be the case. But as an elected official, a Democrat state representative, why would you even propose such a thing? You can't make this stuff up. Well, C&I Dog, I don't know that we've ever had a double dip from you. Well, welcome back.
Well, thank you. You got so many good topics you're talking about. The pyramid, where they got the Bass Pro Shop, I went there with my wife. They got an elevator. You go all the way to the top of the pyramid and then come back down. It's pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Also, they have timeshare housing around the outer edge of the pyramid, so you can stay or live in the pyramid, for a duration of time.
Interesting.
I thought that was kind of interesting. It's probably to offset the cost.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they were trying to pitch that to us, when we went in there. So that was interesting. As far as Thomas trucks go, the dynamics of traffic, the way, people drive, and it's back at, in the 80s, people did 55 miles an hour and pretty much uniformly, but now it's very random. I don't know if a Thomas vehicle can keep up with random people, not following rules, like going over painted lines and cutting you off and brake checking you. I don't know if it can deal with that, and because it's not logical behavior. I mean, it's stuff that we had to adapt to over time as the roads get a little more dangerous. What else did I have for you? Remember you were talking about the soccer field are being built, and it was on the west end?
Yes. Yeah, the stadium, yeah.
Remember
FC.
that?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know why they built it over there on the west end? East side boys, west end girls. West end girls. There you go. All right, Steve, I'll call you maybe tomorrow.
All right, West End girls, I got you. Thanks. C&I Dog, have a great day out there. We only got about a minute left, but they've had this ongoing gathering. The Interior Secretary, Doug Burgum, told a packed room of energy executives yesterday that he wants their industries to ramp up drilling and mining on America's public lands, telling the crowd, "We love you." This was the CERAWeek Energy Conference in Houston that kind of underscored President Trump's agenda to unfetter fossil fuels and metals production by slashing as much red tape as possible. If we're going to drill, baby, drill, then we've got to be asked to also mine, baby, mine. U.S. oil and gas production struck record highs under Joe Biden's administration. It's unclear if energy companies are keen to even ramp up investment, with oil prices dropping right now to 3-year lows. Burgum said he believes the Trump administration can unwind anywhere from 20 to 30% of the country's regulations, and that doing so could sharply cut the cost of producing oil here in the USA. All right. That'll close things out here on a Friday Eve. So when we come back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight, I'm sure we'll have plenty to follow as far as weather is concerned as we roll into a busy weather weekend. Hope you'll be with us at the midnight hour Eastern time.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go.